4 a.m. streams are banned. They only breed negative bullshit and me yelling at people and having people literally unfollow.
Bonch said feels but man.
And have people literally not want to come back and have the stream actually a bad place. And it's mostly always my fault, 99.999%. So yeah, 4 a.m. streams are banned, pimp. Maybe they'll come back one day. Maybe they'll come back one day.
Chalupa Prince said Sag. Nat said
but for now, F and chat.
Turgan said F. The Almighty that said Turgan. Successfully given Jesse 1 below. Turgan said Riot. Bonch said Janigian and Yang. Positive and negative feels but men.
Are results out? Are results out? Oh my god. Are you serious? You lost.
There one.
Wow.
Wow, thank you Alpha Elite TV, the Prime Gaming,
wow.
for 25 months. That's 2 years
insane.
and 1 month. Oh my god.
That's
Alpha
insane.
Elite. Thank you.
That's insane.
Hey Moggy. Don't tell Eve this, but I think it's hot when people are Canadian.
That's on tick. Weakling.
I don't think I've had any issues with it today, so I don't know what caused it yesterday. Why was I not interacting with the chat? Because I was shitting. I wasn't here. Okay. Okay, guys, welcome back to Battlefront Collection. People were saying they'd like to see me try to play some Battlefront 1, so I'm actually going to try that right now.
What the fuck is wrong with him? Why did he say it like that?
Okay, guys, welcome back to Battlefront. Okay. With the chat because I was shitting. I wasn't here. Why was I not interacting with the chat? Because I was shitting. I wasn't here.
He shakes his head. He shakes his head and rolls his eyes.
Okay. Why was I not interacting with the chat? Because I was shitting. I wasn't here.
These fucking nutnicks.
Okay, guys, welcome back to Battlefront.
Nice, yeah. I know that Lords of the Fallen was kicking your butt there for a while. So I'm glad that you were able to. I'm glad that you were able to get that one under your belt. Congratulations. Thank you for throwing lots of stuff at me, Walrus.
Workplace fear.
Pretty fresh.
but I shit you not, well, we call it babi pangang. It's a sauce with like beef inside of it. The sauce was fucking flubbery, like the movie Flubber.
Oh, like Robin Williams.
Yeah, I shit.
You don't like Robin Williams.
I shit you not. The sauce was fucking made of rubber, bro. And I was like, God damn, this is the nastiest.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Oh, shit.
I think I can.
You okay? Perfect.
I did it when I got hit. That's funny. Alright, so we have to go back.
Alright. Clip it, Josie. Fucking piece of shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Corvine lad sent $3. There's no way Nick is coming on BTW. My asshole smells like pepperoni.
I bet you, I will let you fuck me in the asshole if Nick Rekieta does not come on. I mean, I will spread open both cheeks if Nick Rekieta does not come on tonight.
Oh, chat. Oh, chat. What do you think? What do you think? You wanna take him up on that offer there? You wanna take him up on that offer? Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to another swollen __ dingus stream. You may be noticing all the tabs I have up on the Brave browser. I gotta front with you guys. I'm not gonna front, rather. I don't even think we're gonna get to the game. There's so much stuff to take a look at. Well, I'm gonna have to take a look at it anyway. So yes, I appreciate everyone here. Big ups to the dingas, the dongas, and the swollen __ ones who are existing in it now, and the dingas, dongas, and swollen __ ones who will be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. Like, of course, Alpha Elite TV with the Prime, 25 months. That's 2 years and 1 month of Alpha Elite TV. Is there glue? Who was the first person here to this extremely late night extravaganza? I wasn't distracted at all. And I definitely wasn't distracted for the past 3 days either. Iced Coffee 5, Flippy 4-Man, Scrumbles, RRU, Stan, Aquasaber, Discord Merchant, D. Sai, Algernon, J. Frosty Beats, Grilled Colombian, Guy with 2 names, and everybody else who's gonna be filtering on in pretty soon, I would assume. Okay, but where do I even begin, honestly? So we have the guy, Kinocopter, Kina Shay, Teddy Feezer, aka formerly known as RPG TV parentheses parody. You guys don't even know who Teddy Feezer fucking is. This guy's entire premise is that he's LARPing as Teddy Feezer. You don't even know who Teddy Feezer is. You don't even know who he is. You don't care. You shouldn't care. He's just the casino's intro guy. So Ralph is on one. Where do I? God. Okay, so Ralph had to go visit baby Xander in California. He won like visitation for a week or something. He goes to see baby Xander. And while he's there, he goes to pay a visit to Dick Masterson at Dick's Hollywood McMansion Barbie dream style house over there in the Hollywood Hills, by which I mean just outside of the Hollywood Hills. Wow! It's Barry Lyndon, the 300 Bachir. Big ups, thank you, Barry Lyndon, 300 bits. Wow, thank you. Bye. I barely even started talking, right? We haven't even got to the gameplay yet. But Ralph goes to Dick Masterson's house while he's over there, just outside the lovely Hollywood Hills. Oh yeah. Big ups, Ann Lee and UNFW for the gigantified emote. 10 bitch here. And while he's at Dick Masterson's house, Dick brings out the medallion. Ah, yes! The medallion. The feared medallion containing the spirit of Magi-chan. Now, many people have been theorizing, oh, but it has to be the original medallion. Oh, but don't you know, Chris Chan shoved the original medallion up his fucking asshole and destroyed it. Oh, but the original medallion was remade. Does it have to be the original? Can I make a copy? Look, it doesn't matter at this point. It doesn't matter if you have like a replica or a bootleg. I think even a bootleg at this point would give you the curse. It doesn't even have to be. Chris does not even have to have touched the medallion at this point. It does not have to have even. It does not have to have even made contact with Chris's person. He does not even have to have so much as looked at it or know of its existence. It's just already cursed. Yeah, it's like when you say Bloody Mary 3 times or Beetlejuice, you just felt it. Just doing it. It's the cause and effect is now beyond the limits, the limitations. It is now boundless. The chains that bound the original medallion, they've been removed. It's unfettered. Now, anything that's like so much as resembling the original is now cursed. You have it's like idol worship. It's like an effigy. If you have like an effigy of it, it's cursed. It's cursed just because it kind of looks like it. This is what happened to Dick Masterson when he, in a pirate costume. I'm not making any of this up, and I mentioned it last week, and I think Jersh played it on his stream. But Dick Masterson dressed up as a pirate, whipped out a replica medallion, and Ralph ran for his fucking life. But somehow by the end of the show, he was convinced to put it on, and so he touched it. So Juju the cow, the man who likes to get fucked in the ass by a man dressed as a cow, has given Ralph the medallion. And within days, we have an announcement of this gigantic hurricane destroying all of Jamaica and on its way to Merida, Mexico, where Ralph currently is stationed. Completely by chance, by the way. Complete coincidence. No fucking juju, mojo, jojo involved there at all. No brouhaha to speak of. So Ralph, the big man, Ralph, the Ralph male don't scare, gets on his high horse, puts his dick on the table, his dingus on the table, and announces to the world that he is not afraid. Ralph does not scare. The Ralph male don't scare, because the Ralph male don't care. He's gonna, if you think this fucking bitch hurricane is gonna take out the Ralph male, you got another thing coming. You're just fucking wrong. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. You're just gonna get blown the fuck out. You're gonna get belted. Ralph doesn't care. The Ralph male don't scare. Wake up, Swaldian. Easy money. Ate the Ralph, ate about let records with the cow with the cow of the year, or 2 years in a row. The true king returns, bitch! I couldn't agree more. Yeah, they're vectors for the demon. Look, if you're of any kind of religious station, you know what this shit is talking about. It's like a horror movie gone wrong. When you dig up the Native American burial site, or you get like the statue, the cursed statue, you bring it home, then shit starts happening. No, there's no Dickers news in here, sadly. Dickers is doing stuff, but it's not enough. The casino is not live tonight, but they will be live tomorrow to cover this, and I will be there, broom in hand, ready to sweep for them. But yeah, Ralph started the show like this. He was already, look, he claims he's not drunk, but we're gonna get into that. He claims he's not drunk. He could easily be pilled out. So Ralph, who is not afraid of the hurricane, does not scare, and most certainly does not care, and thinks all of you guys are bitches. He fled to Mexico City. He fled from Merida, Mexico to Mexico City, where he is now currently stationed. Allegedly, he left his cats behind in the crack shack, so rest in fucking peace to Cleo. Cleo was existing since the good days of the kill stream. Cleo has just always been there. Pretty sure Ralph's lost a pet or two in the time span between the show being good and the show being dog shit, but Cleo's always been around. But now Cleo is just stuck there, and stuck there in the eye of the storm, I suppose. Now, this is rumor. I'm not gonna go ahead and say that that's confirmed news yet, but I did saw that was being tossed around. Thank God that entire performance was Ralph being 100% clean and sober, not under any influence. Exactly! It was a complete sober Ralph W. Sober King Ralph. Let's watch this one more time.
Corvine Lad sent $3. There's no way Nick is coming on BTW. My asshole smells like pepperoni.
I bet you, I will let you fuck me in the asshole if Nick Rekieta does not come on.
I think you meant that the other way around as some kind of Ralph Romeo King Ralph stunt and flex. But that's like, is that not more Pride Month year than this? Yeah, for free?
I will spread open both cheeks.
Did he get this line from Dale?
Does not come on tonight.
Now, thankfully, Nick Rekieta did end up coming on, but this is from today, around 6 o'clock this evening, Dingus time. Ralph booted up a stream to wait for Rekieta. Now, he's in this hotel room, presumably in Mexico City, with nothing else to do. He has no snacks. He has drinks, but no snacks, and we'll see a little bit more of that later on. He's out of chips. He's in desperate need of chips. There are no chips in Mexico. Chips just don't exist in Mexico. You know, I know Lay's goes by a different name in Mexico. I guess he just has a hard time looking for it in the Mexican supermercado. But he's out of chips. And he's hungry. Ralph has had nothing to eat. He's live listening to urban style music, the requests from the few donators he still has left. If you're wondering where Ralph is streaming, I'll let you know too. He's on a little site called Rumble because he was kicked off of Kick. He still is perma-banned from Kick. Did you know Ralph is one of only 2 streamers I know who is permanently banned on Kick? The other being a guy who we'll also get to as a part of this never-ending incidental news of the now segment. It's a little something I like to call Ding SPN News. It's your favorite segment. It's my favorite segment. Ah, yes, it's everyone's favorite segment. But yeah, so Ralph got kicked from Kick. He still isn't unbanned from there. He got banned from Kick for A-logging his restreamer, who was also on Kick restreaming him. So he got banned for saying the N-word. Now, apparently, you can't say the N-word on Kick. Contrary to popular belief, you cannot say the N-word on Kick. So they booted him, but Ralph was upset that the restreamer also wasn't booted because, you know, it's restreaming Ralph's content. The Kick people told him, that's totally kosher. I guess even Kick was A-logging him at this point. So he went on a little bit of a campaign to get the restreamer kicked off and permanently banned, and I think he did succeed in that, but it was for the restreamer it was a temp ban, but Ralph's ban was kept permanent. So ever since then, he's made his bed over in Rumble along with Nick Fuentes, who has abandoned his site of Cozy that less than 24 people use at this point. The other site he uses is Robot Streamer, which is the site you want to go to when you want to watch copyrighted movies or copywritten pornographic movies of people getting fucked in the ass by men dressed as a cow over the table with diameter. Big up, Snurgle. But yeah, that's the long and short of it. He went on Rumble to promote this exclusive Nick Rekieta interview. Did you guys know Nick Rekieta, when he got arrested, Nick Rekieta, that guy promised Ethan Oliver Ralph, owner and editor of The Kill Retort, we're gonna call it The Kill Retort, he promised him exclusive rights. Exclusive, Nurgle. Thank you for the Luigi. He promised him the exclusive scoop, the all-inclusive exclusive scoop for the Rekieta return stream. Rekieta's first appearance post-arrest, I shit you not, was supposed to be on the kill stream, and then Rekieta just went ahead, and did his own stream anyway. And we restreamed that the other day. And guess what? Ralph didn't say anything and just continued to promote the interview, as Rekieta also refused to say anything and didn't mention the interview in any capacity whatsoever. So guess what? The time has come. The gauntlet has been thrown. It's finally time. As a hurricane tears apart the majority of Mexico, it's time for Rekieta to hop on the kill stream. And you're probably wondering, oh, I bet he ducked it. I bet Ralph fucked up. I bet Rekieta ditched him. You know, Rekieta loves canceling his live streams. I bet he found some sort of way to skirt around having to actually follow through with his promises and show up on this dead fucking stream. And guess what? You would be wrong to think that, because Rekieta did in fact show up. But before then, we got some incidental alternative news of the now. From AF Stream Watch, America First Stream Watch. Body cam update, it's happening! We have a body cam footage update from Null, operator of the Kiwi Farms. Joshua Connor Moon, that guy. Here's the response from the police department that he sent in earlier today. We're still waiting for our IT to compile and transfer the information to a thumb drive. The information being the requested footage, the body cam footage of the arrest of Nick Rekieta, Kayla, and April Imholte. So what they were trying to do, why this took so long, I know the initial estimate was fucking June 10th. Well, that turned out to be wrong. That estimate was, of course, an estimate, and we didn't know this at the time, but we do know now. They're gonna blur out all the kids' faces, gonna blur out their voices and all that stuff, so like the kids are just not the focal point of it at all. What we want out of the footage anyway is the inside of Rekieta's house, so that to see if it really lines up with what the police is telling us, because the police is telling us one thing. Rekieta is trying to claim it's a government conspiracy at a federal level to get out, to get them. So obviously the footage is going to exonerate one of the two parties, right? The footage will exonerate and tell us who is telling the truth here. Is it Rekieta with his governmental conspiracy theory, or is it the police department who looked at the inside of Rekieta's house and decided it looked like garbage? We'll see who wins out at the end. No guarantee that it'll be out. There's no no guarantee that it'll be out soon. There's no further estimate given. But we do see a thank you and have a great 4th of July here. Now, they're obviously not going to work on the 4th, right? The IT department. But this is from the record supervisor. But we have some updates on Nick's case. Nick attempted to have the court seal all of the records, but was denied. At least for now. The state has also provided a list of evidence, which includes CPS intakes from as far back as 2009. What? It also appears as though Nick had to complete an online course about why drugs are bad. Oh, that's crazy, dude. It's like Netiquette back in the day. You have to, pass Netiquette courses back in elementary school in order to be able to use the internet. So says me and my Zoomer ass. Ow. Thank you for the troll status hunted. But yeah, this is pretty interesting. According to this, and I hate to wonder why. I struggle. Hopefully this is. I mean, there's no way this could be a mistake, right? They seem to be alleging that right here, Child Protection Services has had interactions with Nick Rekieta going as far back as 2009. Wow! Even Jim knows not what to think of this news. And Rekieta wanted these sealed. And if you think about it for even a second, it makes sense why he wants that information not known to the public. Big ups to Red Animator and Red Check. Here's Nick's attempt to remove public access to the record. The judge denied it, but a proper motion and hearing can still be held on the matter. Since this was denied, no such motion has been made. Nick's lawyers seem to have misunderstood the rules. Now, I'm not Mr. Lawyer Guy, so I won't attempt to go over it. But thankfully, the summary is there to tell us what it's all about. So that's the current status with Rekieta. We're gonna get even more current status on him in just a moment. But in the case of you want to know about other lolcows who have gotten in trouble with the law, yes, ladies and gentlemen, BossmanJack has lost it all, and it's come to a point where I think it's safe to say he's even lost his freedom. Jack Austin Curtis man has been arrested. This is not a Photoshop. You've likely seen the news. You've probably heard 10 other people talk about this already. Well, guess what? I'm gonna talk about it too. BossmanJack has been felted so bad, he's not just been tabled, he's been barred and jailed. He's done. So this is apparently assault and battery with possession. We're gonna take a little trip here to the farms and figure out we're gonna get to the bottom of this. We have a Locale Supreme. Now, big ups to the farms for the information, and big ups to Locale Supreme for compiling it, and Jersh for featuring it. BossmanJack was arrested and incarcerated at the same jail Chris Chan spent time, the exact same jail, because they're both from Virginia. His charges are felony drug possession and assault plus battery of a family member. No victim is named. Wow! No victims named, but we do know BossmanJack lives with his parents and regularly abuses them. Physically and verbally, and perhaps even mentally, spiritually, and definitely emotionally. Austin has been arrested for drug possession and assault and battery on a family member. Both arrests occurred in Louisa County. Is that Louisiana without the Anna? Louisiana County, which is where the Peterson home is located. That is just the same image we've seen before. Assault and battery of a family member. Class 1 misdemeanor domestic violence. Don't worry, he just needs one more spin to win his freedom back. Let's go, boys. Yeah, we need to juice him. We can actually juice him out of jail. If they have bonds set, we, meaning you and not me, we can actually juice him out of there by juicing up that bond. Drug possession, class 5 felony. And we got some poll results. What is the main charge? Simple drug possession, violent or threatening offense, automotive incident, unlawful gamba, or incest. Yeah, because he's going to the same prison as the same jail as Chris or other. Now, if you ask me, I think it has to be the abuse, right? He's not gonna get bond. He's gonna go to prison for violating his probation terms. Yeah, this isn't the first time he's had a run-in with the law. Correct. I believe it was Kami that posted up Austin's previous run-ins with the big house. And speaking of which, the house always wins. More like the big house always wins. But Kami was talking about the previous times he got arrested. He was actually in this, like, I wouldn't call it a gang, but it was like a circle of friends. Like, you know, you grow up and you hang out with the wrong crowd. Austin had a crowd like that growing up. And they basically went around stealing shit from cars. Off the top of my head, without looking at it in front of me, I believe that's what was going on. He was stealing shit from the inside of cars, and then it eventually caught him. He may have been 17 at the time. I can't recall, but basically, I don't know if the probation is from that. Could be from something else more recent, but I know he's had run-ins with the long arm of the law before. Bossman Rat vandalizing his stuff. Okay, so not too far off from what I said. Far as I know, we have nothing else on this beyond that, but we do have this. We have this. This isn't an edit. I told you it was the same jail. It's the same jail. Get your lighters out. Wave your hands in the air like you just don't care.
I see the crystal raindrops fall and the beauty of it all.
It's just rain. I'm not crying.
To make those rainbows in my mind
Dude, Austin literally has the "it's fucking over" face. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. He looks like he doesn't even want to be alive anymore. And Chris looks like he doesn't even have a soul anymore. If he had one in the first place. Just the two of us. You and I.
We look for love, no time for tears.
You don't want to look for love with Chris. We've had a decade to understand why looking for love with Chris is a bad idea. Just the two of us. Okay, I'm probably gonna get an email from YouTube about that one, but you can listen to the full post, the full little funny haha thing of that on your own. Big ups to PS2 Nishiki for that amazing little humorous whatchamacallit. Well, moving on. We have Tigaholic. This is a anime. Look, Ann knows all about this fanboy because he's like his favorite person to pay attention to in DSP's chat. Primarily because they're an actual person and not a sock. So that gives them like 2% more of interest versus like the common sock puppet from the animated world. Probably like on the level of 672. So this is a fanboy who okay, your first look. I'm gonna direct you to the likes and the views. This is an actual person. This is a person with the fan. People actually like this person. You know how you're in this stream right now and you're like, wow, it's fucking 1 in the morning. And you know what I want to fall asleep to? I want to fall asleep to a guy dressed as a shy gal with big boobs and a Luigi hat who's not playing Luigi's Mansion, but talking about Pride Monthy internet drama shit. I want to listen to that guy. I want to fall asleep to his nasally ass voice. Well, for some people, Tigaholic would be that person. That's the person they fall asleep to. Yeah, they have a fan base, 6,000 likes, 600 bookmarks, 63 quotes, 347 reposts. It's not necessarily a nobody. They have a check on YouTube, which is what garners them so much attention when they go ahead and post in DSP chat. You know, not many people with checks go ahead and post on in DSP chat, right? Because they usually get a lot of heat for it. You know, we had that trucker guy who looked like Ash Ketchum, who had a little tit for tat with Anne a few months back. So you get some people now and then, and you know, I'm not gonna knock these people. They're real people. I think the thing is they're legit people, and they're probably intrigued by the mystique of DSP on a surface level. And they just want to understand what it is that people find so interesting about them. So they just want to head in there, and they don't know. They know some of the lore, a portion of the lore, but not all of the lore. Not to the level that we do, right? Like they're autistic, but not as autistic as we are. Because you got to be a level of autistic to be involved in any of this. Correct. So they go in there, and they exhibit behaviors and they post stuff to try to razz them up, but the behaviors they exhibit aren't really what we're used to. So they tend to be met with some kind of rebuttal from the sector, as it were. I'm not going to say community, but they're not really welcomed, you know? And, you know, it's not our job to like welcome everybody, but at the same time I think it would be a little bit of a disservice to say that we have to gatekeep or whatever. You know, some of you may disagree. I'm of the opinion, like, if you just want to hang out, you know, you're cool, right? You're cool with me, I'm cool with you, generally, like on a general level. But this is one of those people probably drawn in by the intrigue of DSP while they were over there doing their own thing. They just want to get in there, maybe, you know, have a few little fun little comments in the chat. Maybe get a little bit of attention for themselves because they have a check mark, so people go on and check, wow, a guy with a verified fucking YouTuber person is paying attention to DSP. Wow, I wonder what their channel was like. Wow, what's with all the femboy bussy videos? What's going on with this person? This person was a VTuber, a femboy bussy VTuber with a bunch of suspicious videos. Anne has done a deep dive on this individual that I won't waste time on because I don't want to pollute my Brave browser with search results that will get me sent to jail. Well, they won't get me sent to jail, but it's suspicious stuff, right? It's the point I'm trying to get across here. This person is nuts. They recently got struck down. And a lot of people were like confused. They were like, why was this person gone? Why was this person banned? What happened, you guys? And like a lot of people in their comments tried to help out, you know. A lot of people reached out, and that's reading all those comments, like, so none of the comments had anything to do with DSP or the DSP sector. kind of reinforced it for me that this person kind of has their own shit going on, and like them or not, because they are kind of annoying in DSP chat when they post. They don't. How dare they not know the lore? But honestly, you know, they're a person with the channel. They don't deserve to lose it. You know, as long as they're, you know, being above the board, right? Not doing anything genuinely freaky, you know? No, they don't deserve to lose their stuff like that. It's a bit of a shame to see that stuff happen. But they say, are you serious right now? At Team YouTube, your channel won't be put back on YouTube. We've taken a careful look at your channel again and confirmed that it violates our nudity and sexual content policy. We recognize it's disappointing news, but our goal is to keep the community safe and supported. Thank you, Pam Pam, for the random DSP greeting. So they got hit with that. Now, what's weird is the circumstances behind this. So it seems to be the channel was taken down at first, and all this confusion went along. Eventually, they got some help. The channel got unbanned for like a second. And then it was as if it was unbanned. I'm using incorrect terminology here, but it was unbanned just so that it could be permanently terminated. And then they were sent this response. I think that's how it went. It's kind of weird. Not the first time I've seen it happen, but it's very targeted. Now, schizo theory. What if it's super pop? It could be super pop, you guys. I don't think it's super pop, but I'm just saying, would it surprise you that if this person's interactions with the DSP sector possibly got Super Pup's attention, because they did have a verified checkmark. They were in there recently, as of a couple days ago, before the channel got taken down. If you have a checkmark, like this is what I'm establishing, right? The checkmark gets you attention. DSP doesn't have verified people in his chat like that. I'm not saying for certain that that's what happened, but I was thinking about it, and I'm like, the circumstances behind this banner, like, I don't know specifically. Maybe they really did do something on their end. It completely independent of anything to do with DSP that rightfully or perhaps questionably got them suspended and then terminated outright. But what if, let me posit the Theo theory, what if it was actually, wow, a verified fucking user in DSP chat? Let me fuck with them, right? Really makes you think. I wish I had more than just that theory to posit, but I did want to put that into people's heads, just in case it turns out I'm right. But that's the story on Taikaholic. They're a legit degenerate femboy bussy VTuber. Now I don't think it gets any weirder than that, so I'm not gonna go ahead and say any. I'm not gonna go ahead and slap any grander labels on them. But femboy bussy VTuber, from what I'm to understand, is a pretty apt description. Yeah, fill in the femboys. That's what drew them to Phil in the first place, of course. Well, hey Melia. Let me go ahead and scroll up here. Thank you guys. You guys are so positive right now. Wow. Taiga isn't in the DSP. Someone is impersonating him. Unless you clicked on the name in chat and his channel came up. It was in fact the verified checkmark Taiga.
Hey Carl.
Hey Carl.
I love you too.
And not just from this week. They've been noticed in DSP chat for a while now. I don't think it's that out of the question. I don't think it's that ridiculous to say, oh, someone who's popular in their own right finds out about DSP from all these other people talking about. You know, he's an influential figure for the past 16 years with a storied legacy. Is it that crazy that someone who also makes content out there independent of DSP would randomly get bored one day and then stumble upon his live streams and just see what the day-to-day droll is all about? Hey, praise that soon. Just scrolling here and correcting Melia. Yeah, Melia needs correction. That's my one suspicious joke of the evening. I witnessed Anne do a penis inspection on Taiga. Okay, that's Mr. Pun's one suspicious joke of the evening. Taiga has a lot of enemies. CBH is probably not anyone DSP related. Probably not, ultimately. But I do think that's worth considering. But I wish I had more evidence to like substantiate that. But I don't need evidence to substantiate this Captain Crunch re-up. 1 month at tier 1 for 8 months. And they say, how are you tonight, Mr. Dingus? And I say, I'm doing great. His suspension is 100% not DSP related. Taiga has been slandered a couple years ago from other big VTubers, and that's when his harassment began. Well, if that's the case, that's the case. Last 6 months, I've been logging the frequency of new socks, which is why I started noticing Taiga. Yeah, again, and notice because, you know, all the sock puppets are there, and then you have these verified people who are real people that aren't socks, like Taiga, and the fucking Ash Ketchum Trucker Man, and these other individuals, and they actually arouse more interest in the sock puppets because they're legitimate people, and it's like, well, why do these people watch Phil? You know, you got your reasonings for like the likes of Jade and Derek and Haseo and Slayer. They are real people. Those are real people, but they're also regards. So that's your answer to the mystery there. But what does Taiga see in this DSP person, this authentic Italian? What does Trucker Ash Ketchum Man see in DSP? Well, I can answer that when he saw dollar signs. Unfortunately, that arc went absolutely nowhere. VTuber by the name of Marina had a slanderous Twitter post on Taiga 2 years back. Oh, really? He was apparently a stalker, but they do way too much risky shit. Not surprised on him being slandered. Stopped seeing Taiga clips around a year and some change ago. Well, you know, the climate changes. You eventually get these people. You know, you see this before too, outside of this. Where it's like some stuff that was once okay, and then like a year or so later, someone randomly on Twitter comes out and it's like, hey, this thing that was okay is now not okay. But the Shroom Dukem raid with a party of 16 is okay. Thank you, Shroom Dukem, for the raid with a party of 16. We're in the middle of the never-ending incidental news segment. And big ups to Zitra, ZLC, and Pam Pam again, and Shroom Dukem himself. And everybody else. So just looking in the history of Marina VT, it's like the kerfuffles. I can't even say the real name. I'm just gonna say kerfuffles. The Queen Kerfuffles of VTubing. Thank you again, Captain Crunch. Re-up tier 1 for 8 months. Yeah, well, there's your Taiga segment. Turns out I don't really know a thing or two at all. But I do know about Mr. Puns. Re-up gifted one tier 1 sub to Shroom Dukem. Can't even talk. I've been talking already so much. I'm like already out of breath. Thank you, Mr. Pun, and thank you for the hype train. It's gonna make reading some of these next tweets a bit more difficult. But that's fine. Thank you, everybody. All right, Kog Life. Get ready. We got some Kog Life news. We have a bombshell from Jobless Johnny. Kog Watch, massive reveal. After claiming he was 20 when he admittedly had sex with a gamer. Cog now says he doesn't remember how old he was, but somehow remains adamant that Paul, his brother, his actual blood-related brother, is lying. Thank you, Ann Lee. Gifted 1 month tier 1 sub to Melia Kumans. This requires almost too much background information because we saw one clip on this on the last stream, and I still don't think that was enough information. But suffice to say, Cog has allegedly done something very bad, and something so bad that even 2 of his 7 blood brothers are accusing him of being a diddler.
Give me my gift.
Whoa, big ups, are you iced coffee? And whoa, wait a minute. I'm not gonna be able to do the news. Don't you guys want to hear about Cog? Thank you, RRU, out of nowhere. RRU 2 gifted subs. Wow, and iced coffee. We gifted sub as well. RRU, the tier 1s gifted to Grilled Colombian and Jetpack McQuack. And iced coffee, a gifted tier 1 to Eternal Kim Jung the second. Thing is right, this is my favorite segment. I don't know, is this something that you would call your favorite segment? This is disgusting. Cog, if this is true, Cog is like, well, would this make him worse than Ralph? I mean, Ralph waited outside of high school to like kidnap a girl too. Theoretically, hypothetically, that's not literally what happened. My best. But UNFW's 100-bit cheer is even more literal. Thank you. The 100-bit cheer from UNFW1. Continue, but no one likes Cog. True. Yeah. Look, Cliff's Notes version, Cog was accused of being a PDF file by his two blood-related brothers. These accusations have been floating around for years. People have known about this, but it's been dredged back up again. Cog is claiming a new defense and spinning the story in a new way. He's the reason this is being dredged up again, because it was kind of like, for a minute, you're kind of like, oh, well, if everybody knew that COG was a PDF, allegedly, why is everyone sitting on it for years and all this? Well, for years, there wasn't anything to really substantiate the allegations. And then the brothers came forward. One of the brothers actually went on the kill stream, Ralph Stroh, to shit on and trash COG. Can you imagine that? You go onto an internet drama talk show to shit on your own flesh and blood. It's crazy. To do that, he'd have to be like, there'd have to be some smoke to the fire, you would think, right? We always talk about when we watch true crime, loyalty, baby, and how family tends to stick out for family, put their neck out for family, even when it's like objectively they have done something bad to the point that you can't even cap about it. Because what kind of person, like, it depends on the crime, obviously. But generally, if it's like a minor offense or something, like what kind of snitch goes to the authorities on a family member when it's something that's like a victimless offense or something that isn't that bad? Like anything short of murder or anything sexual, I think it's understandable that family would kind of stick out for family. Now, if you're psychotic and it gets to the actual realm of true crime shit, you know, at that point, you get people who will cap for family members no matter what. But generally, I think psychologically, humans would cap for their family members in most crimes, most criminal cases. You know, because why would you sell them out like that? Not Cog's brothers, but again, it's understandable because what Cog was being accused of did cross that threshold into the sexual realm where it's like, well, no, I don't care if you're my brother or not. You're fucking disowned. You're disavowed, and I'm calling your ass out. So a second brother has joined in on the allegations. Now, Cog claims that this was all above board and the ages were all okay and they're lying about him. And actually, I shit you not, Cog said this. The brothers are jealous of his career as a streamer. Now, he also says the rest of the family has disowned the two brothers calling him out. So the two brothers claim Cog is a broke, homeless bum who's been disavowed by the rest of the family, whereas Cog claims those specific two brothers are the actual brothers that are disowned. And in fact, they're also jealous of him and his streaming career on YouTube, making fun of Ethan Ralph. And on top of that, Cog and the rest of the family get to enjoy holidays together, whereas the two brothers are never invited. Now, you see why people are kind of like confused on where the truth lies here? Because it's a bunch of he said, she said. And I don't know. Will we ever know the truth? Probably not. Especially because Cog keeps dancing around it. Here he is, saying some more shit that he wasn't saying years ago because it's being dredged back up again, and people are going into his dead streams to ask him about it. Yeah, Coxey. It's the new Quickville, dude.
Again, you say 26. Michael says I was 20. You're like, oh, Cox said she was 2021. Michael says I was. That's the original story.
Michael's the first brother, and Paul is the other brother who is referenced in the tweet.
When he said this, it was, and I was like, I was 2021 when this happened.
He can't even remember how old he was.
Okay, it's fucking ages ago. I can't even remember myself. It's fucking.
He's got to use feature memory. Actually, I've heard Cog is in his 40s. I've never heard Cog mention his age. It wouldn't surprise me. Thank you for the hype train again, guys. Level 2. 6 gifted subs and 110 bit cheers. Thank you.
Fucking stupid, but they're the ones who want to
enjoy your new emote.
Stupid, but they're the ones who want to drag up the past and all this weird shit, and I'm just like, what's this about? Again.
Well, I mean, the allegation is that you're a PDF, and 2, it's to slander you. Well, I can't even say slander because we don't know what the truth is. Slander, wrong word. It's to mock you. It's to mock and ridicule and critique you because it's funny to see you get mad, and then you respond to it the way you do. Look, listen to him.
You say 26. Michael says I was 20. You're like,
look at the way he responds to it. Of course they're gonna dredge it back up and use it as a ammo against him. Whether it's true or not, almost doesn't even matter to the people using it against him, right? Because it's more about the response they get out of him. That's true, Carl. It is noncery. Ah, yes, noncery. Now, if it's true, nail Cog to a fucking cross. I'm not going to be ambiguous on that at all. But again, whether it's true or not, in the context of him being made fun of, it doesn't matter. people, the casino, whether if it's fake, if it's false, the casino's going to parade it like it's the truth anyway. And people are going to use it to make fun of them even more. So, Cog, the best thing you can do is just not stream anymore ever. And certainly don't give out explanations like this to just add more fuel to the fire. You should just, like, lay down and order some more hash browns. But that's my take on that. If it's true, fuck them. Nail them to the cross over there with Flamenco. And potentially Gator. And if it's false, why the fuck did you get into such a tizzy about it, idiot? Why do you let them make you mad? You're the one that's supposed to be laughing and having fun and a big old smile on your face as you mock Ethan Ralph from your monitor. But here we got some, look, I'm not gonna do guilt by association shit, but Anton is, the top Cog watcher, the top Cog observer, one of the few people who can actually stomach to watch Cog's content enough to give people updates about him. And he's got an update for the rest of us here. He says, Cog's top guy, a bold text, homeless PDF file, bunghole tiger. I know next to nothing about this dude, other than the fact that his name and avatar are familiar to me, having watched casino chats. Big ups, Gondola. Bunghole Tiger. Wow, what a name. Says the guy named Dingus. Splits sending his money to Cog Life via Super Chats and Dan's daughter via plushies. This was something that was covered on the last casino segment about Cog. Cog is now accepting gifts from his viewers for Dan's daughter, which would already be weird if it was Cog's own child, but it's not. It's his friend's daughter. So they buy her plushies and he opens them and shows them off on stream. I really don't have much more to say than what Anton said here. Very, very weird fella, I have to agree. We got Bunghole Tiger, a whole $10, and Cog hearted the super chat. Cog, I'm homeless. Bank seams, pubs, vineyards, repoed my truck and drones. I've lost my job and this is my last few dollars. Holy shit. Didn't people used to jokingly do that to DSP? DSP, this is my last few dollars here. I ain't got nothing else in my name. But I really appreciate your streams, man, and I hope this really turns my luck around. Well, man, you don't have to give anything. But I really do appreciate the $5 super chat, man. You gonna charge that? You gonna return that, Cog? You gonna charge that back? He's dying. Bunghole Tiger is homeless. He has no home. But he's allegedly a PDF, so maybe he deserves it. Alright, back to Ralph. That one guy was legitimately homeless when he gave Dave $300, and Dave started dunking on the trolls. Massive King Dave W. Okay, we have of interest. Is Ralph's cowardice gonna cost him the Rekieta interview? Spoiler alert, it didn't. The hotel Wi-Fi is A-logging him. Big ups, Parker saying. We got Ethan Ralph at the Ralph Retort. If you knew the Talmudic trickery I'm going through to get this Wi-Fi connection up to speed, ... Works fine on my iPhone. Pretty fast even. Oh, but on the PC, I've rearranged this entire room to get closer to the signal. The Aztec gods have joined the Mayan ones from Merida too to help me. This is in response to, I swear to God I didn't read the name before this, but holy shit, Raphael Mania. Anyway, LOL. Left his cats alone in a hurricane for the outside possibility of interviewing Rekieta. What a guy! So as I said at the start of this segment, Ralph was in Merida, touched the medallion at Dick's house, and when he went back to Merida, a hurricane got summoned to fuck him up, so he fled to Mexico City, and he painted it with the thin veneer of going there to celebrate the 4th of July. In reality, he was running away! And he left Cleo. Cleo, no! So now begins the clip segment. Now, these look like a lot more tabs to go through, but a lot of them are just random non sequitur tweets with no video attached. We have a Pale Stream Alert, Category 5. Hollering is about to hit Mexico City. Ethan Ralph is drunk as fuck right now, and he's about to interview Nick Rekieta, who is the sober one for a change. At least according to what Rekieta is telling us. Let's go ahead and see. Exclusive, the Nick Rekieta interview. The promised Nick Rekieta interview. It's finally happening, guys.
The kill stream. I'm your host, Ethan Ralph, the owner and the editor-in-chief of the RalphReport.com. I'm broadcasting to you live from Mexico City. And I did that partially because I thought it'd be fun, and partially because didn't want to wait out a hurricane.
Yeah. I think it was the latter more than the former.
On Rumble. My Ralph-a-doos, sir.
Well, thank you for that. And there was also a couple more. James Gardner sent in a song, which
most of the stream before Rekieta got on was music.
Fine here. Give me a second. Give me a second. If you only knew how hard it was to get this show on the airs tonight, like.
Why don't you talk about it? Make that a segment. Oh, I love Ralph when he's like this. We're so close to a depression session. I need some of the Mexican Xannies mixed with the fentanyl that Ralph's on. It sure fucks you up deeply. Look, you'll hear it later on, Carl, because I don't know if you heard it already. But Ralph claims he was not drunk, and he was so ready to take a breathalyzer test, but he needed to be paid like $1,000 first. I don't think that ended up happening. All right, so we have the Rekieta interview. Allegedly needs to be rescheduled because Ralph's too fucked up. What?
Reschedule.
No way.
Reschedule. Why do you think so?
Why do you think that? Reschedule?
Give me a good reason why to reschedule.
Wow, you're fucking wasted and pilled out? And like, listen to him. Reschedule. Why do you think so? He's slurring his words worse than me.
Give me a good reason why to reschedule.
We'll never know if that viewer gave him a good reason. I actually am sober, but you can't tell how long is done.
You know what's funny is I see Win says Ralph is sober. I actually am sober.
I am sober. I never wasn't.
You can't tell A-Log.
Yeah, you
doesn't matter, but
you can lead an A-Log to water, but you can't make him drink, baby. Big ups, JC. Welcome to the Ralph segment. Ralph is clarifying that he is not having a stroke. We're off to a great start here. Yeah, he's not like Mersh. This is from AF Streamwatch.
If you are sober, you are having stroke symptoms. Okay. First off,
allow me to explain.
What would be the symptoms?
So you can check.
You medical
WebMD
expert faggot. And
whoa, disavow.
What would be the stroke symptoms?
Faggot. Hikes, then $10. Get up.
Speaking worse than Mersh, I think that's a good symptom. Now we got some PvP tweets. PvP was live tweeting the whole thing. I've got it arranged in chronological order for the most part. Raphael wins are endless. We await your orders, Sober King. Baldo exonerated of all our charges. Yes. Ralph has blown the fuck out all the losers by fucking pussy. The king has returned. Now, obviously, this is all facetious. My PvP in an attempt to gas Ralph up in order to get drunk Ralph back so we can crash it and then give him a better clip for the next casino. But let's go on. Please, Ralph, whatever you do, don't reschedule. Don't let the loser haters win. If Rekieta doesn't show up for this serious pro-level interview, he is a snake and a coward. Don't let him big dog you, Ralph. I sometimes speak to Ralph like this too. You gotta speak to Ralph. You gotta communicate with Ralph in a particular way, or he's not gonna accept your communication. We got a misanthropic doomer at Dookie Wave. Everyone watching the kill stream right now. We got the president, the former president, that guy.
If he shows up tonight, which I assume he will.
He will.
Will have fulfilled his mandate, right? And
President Trump? I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look.
What did he mean by mandate? Their agreement that he agreed to come on? It's about as much as I can make out from that. Think of Shay was so. We have Brian Dunn, King of Pole, who I was alerted to by Cerulean to his presence on the stream. Of course, Brian had to involve himself in this shit.
King of Paul, this is just sad. Shut up, nigga. You suck dick, nigger.
Whoa! Whoa, dude! Whoa!
Die and choke to death.
Don't even pay attention. No one call attention to anything.
Dick that you suck.
Brian does suck, though. You guys think Only Iced Coffee's annoying? That guy, Ryan? Like, shoot, you've seen nothing. You think Ryan's bad? Wait till you see Brian. Yeah, ridicule and critique, and I completely disavow the voice you just heard was a video I was watching. I was making fun of known far-right influencer and basically a white supremacist Nazi Ethan Oliver Ralph. I'm a based liberal Chad, and everyone in my chat is a liberal, and we all donate to... Which one do we like, Israel or Palestine? We all donate
This
to...
is the path I chose.
We all donate to Iggle Wiggle and the Ring with the Party of Two. Okay, Palestinian has more liberal support, but Twitch is owned by Amazon, who loves we love Israel! Yes! Sadly, Ralph has maxed out the poverty Mexican hotel Wi-Fi and content is cucked. Sad! Pathetic! No one tells Ralph what to do, Master Trolleys. He'll cut you short, bitch! Yeah, you're right, RU, for you know, just to make sure we cover all our bases. We love both of them.
Is it really only 7:19 p.m. Eastern? Jesus.
Homie booted up too early. Look, as soon as Saru put this on in the call to like restream it, that was my first question. Why did he boot up 2 hours early when he knew he was like this? Did he really have nothing else to do in his hotel room?
Master Trolley has sent $1 on Rumble. Ethan, we're going to have a private discussion.
Ethan! In a minute! Big ups Eddie B43 to tier 1, 19 months! And they say, it's totally fine for a 21-year-old to date a 16-year-old. Oh, hold up. Hey, scrolled up. Coglyph? I can't even quote life. There we go. Ralpha Mail. Stop typing it weirdly. But yeah, Cog's in a look. He's got his own bed of woes, and I don't even know the full information yet. I need the casino to spoon feed it to me. Thankfully, they're live tomorrow, but at this rate, they're probably just gonna talk about the Ralph stuff, which is probably for the best, because I don't think I want to know any more about Cog.
Discussion later.
Yeah, take it easy, Eagle.
Buddy. Cut this one short, please.
Yeah, I'll cut you.
Please.
Let's get a replay of that. Later. This is ostensibly a genuinely concerned fan. Master Trolleus, that guy.
Ethan, we're going to have a private discussion later. I love you, buddy. Cut this one short, please.
Yeah, I'll cut you short, bitch. You don't tell me
I'll
shit.
cut you short. Who you talking about?
Cocksucker.
Cocksucker? Big ups Golem.
Cut what short?
Oh, what short? I ain't short, bitch. You see my license? I'm 5'1".
Short.
That's what pissed him off. You said short, buddy. You should have said that.
You don't tell me shit. Cut it short. I'll cut your fucking life short. Fuck.
Damn.
Really
okay. Dude, that was brutal. That was actually kind of good. Look, sometimes Ralph can come out with some zingers, man.
Life short. Fuck.
Dude, that was off the cuff. That was out of nowhere. Out of left field. He came with the swing. With the king, you better not miss. Ralph needs to light that cig or he's a bitch-made big dog slave of the Mexican motel. Don't be a pussy, Ralph. Be a hero and light that cig. No. Yeah, you're not supposed to do that in a hotel, dude. Cog did that in the hotel he took his babe to for Valentine's Day. Ralph is losing energy. We need him to make it to 10 p.m. Send Ralph your energy now for him to rise up and hold Rackens to account. This was at 7? Holy shit. He needed to last 3 more hours? We have Suvarok, who was the Ralph restreamer on Kick I was talking about earlier. Big ups. If you want your Ralph Mail restreamed content without giving Ralph a view on Rumble or Robot Streamer, the stream that gives you the streaming site that gives you viruses and gay porn, you should follow Suvarok on Kick.
Send from your energy! For the verdict.
kind of want to make that a redeem. We got a please, Rekieta law. Bail on Ralph. The internet needs this.
I will spread open both cheeks.
Oh, this is the same as the first clip we saw.
Does not come on.
I'll watch it one more time.
And I mean, I'll really get up. And
don't.
I will really spread them.
He'll really do it. No, wait, that was a new clip.
I will.
He brought it up again.
Both cheeks. If Nick Rekieta does not come on tonight. And I mean,
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. You think y'all think I won't? I literally got up and spread the cheeks. He really is turning into the white LTG. God, people used to say that was DSP. Now look, Rekieta is currently trying to snake Ralph. Red alert! Red alert! Red alert! Now, I talked about this earlier when someone pointed it out, but this was debunked. You fell for a gaff here. We'll get into it. Nick Rekieta is trying to big league the Ralph mail. Not on my watch, bish.
Fuck the haters. This is gonna be an incredible interview. Shout out to King Ralph.
You know what? Rekieta just messaged me and he said, you know what? If you want to reschedule, you know, we can do that. And I said, no.
Fuck the haters. This is.
And I said, no, I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. Gives ZG Filthy Rich. Don't worry, we're almost at the end. Don't worry, we're almost at the end of it. Rekieta is claiming the medical emergency to snake Ralph. Unbelievable Pride Month ops are afoot. Now, this was spread around, sadly, by PvP and Kinocopter, Kinashe, whatever the fuck you want to call them. It was a crime of passion as they were hyped up, falling for their own hype, or falling for Ralph's hype, as it were. So they went ahead and they fell for this debunked tweet here, right here. So people were spreading around this message, which had a little bit of traction. Late show canceled. Sorry guys, have a medical issue. It's private. I'm not doing a show. This week sucks. The 26 seconds ago timestamp kind of led people to believe for all of a couple minutes that Rekieta was confirming he would not show up on the kill stream. Spread like a wildfire, and then it got debunked by the guy who also shared it, Kinocopter. It was a Pride Month op. And for once, it wasn't me. This is from January. Rekieta still will suffer tonight live. Yeah, thankfully it's July. And, well, aside from actually watching the stream itself, which unfortunately we will do, that is the Rekieta and Ralph situation as we know it. There's nothing more to that. That was the highlights of the Ralph's preamble and ramble segment. And then the interview actually started. Now, I've not seen much of the interview. We're going to take a look at what it was all about. But for our final segment here, we have Mr. Medicare. And he says, apparently this sick fuck also had 2 fully assault amiibos on him as well. In response to our good friend, and DSP's good friend for news, Wario64, who says, man sentenced to 4 months in prison for carrying a 6-inch Master Sword in public from Warwickshire. The blade was inside a sheath and could be released from the sheath with the press of a button. Nintendo, why? How dare you? Look, it's barely as big as the ruler. And there he is, looking like, who does this remind me of? Oh, it's Doug to Naple. It's Doug to Naple right there. But of course, Mr. Medicare, being a Nintendo-related crime, Mr. Medicare had to tune in and give his own take on it. Oh, you got a license for that Master Sword? It could be Cog if we actually knew what Cog looked like with that stupid hat on. Yeah, apparently this sick fuck also had 2 fully assault amiibos on him as well. Huh. You know, guys, isn't there someone else out there who regularly wields an assault amiibo on us on the daily? It's not 2 assault amiibos, but he usually has like 1 amiibo on hand. He likes to grab and show us in front of a camera. Assault amiibo. I'm sure if you tried real hard, you could shank someone with it. Oh. Yeah, I think Dave should watch out. But there you go. That's the news segment. I hope you appreciated it. We learned a lot, didn't we? I hope it was as fun for you, Rue, as it was for me. Now, as I said, I'll probably do a little bit of Scare Scraper, and then eventually I'll actually do the mansion. But I just kind of want to get into this interview and see what it was all about. Actually, no. You know what? Wait. Just as I was about to get into the game, I forgot. There's a few videos I want to look at. We're going to have a video segment. This stream is never going to get to the good stuff. Actually, no. The good stuff is happening right now. The good stuff is all the time when you're in the Dingus stream. But, here. Wow, the July 2024 update for the NES on NSO! We have a Cobra Triangle. Carl, I actually talked about Boss before he came in. Big up Skokie. I think I have this on Rare Replay. Played it for all of 10 minutes like DSP when he had the same collection. Yeah, it was on Rare Replay. It's a rare classic. Got Solar Jetman. This, another rare classic. I think I played this one on Rare Replay as well. That's you driving home. You drive home on a boat? Pick up GPM. Oh! This is The Mystery of Atlantis. It's certainly a game. There's some crazy bus-ass music. My ears hurt. Oh, Mach Rider! This is a lady that people want to smash. Even though functionally, like, she's not really that much different in design from Samus with the suit on. People like this game, right? Or at least they pretend to like it because of Smash? We have golf. You know, this was already on the Switch. They removed it in an update, but if you got your Joy-Cons out and did like a pose with your Joy-Cons, you were able to unlock like a secret version of this golf game. It was like meant as a tribute to Iwata because he was one of the people who programmed it. Actually, he may have been the only person who programmed it. But yeah, can you believe this game wasn't already on there? Like, now it is. Oh shit, Donkey Kong Jr. Math! Dude, I hate this. Okay, some Dingus lore. I had those bootleg flea market consoles that had like they advertised having a gazillion games on them. Guess what, idiot? Most of those games were just the same game over and over and over again. And one of those consoles had Donkey Kong Jr. Math on it, along with regular Donkey Kong Jr. So I actually got to play this game growing up as Billy Dingus. And the one I had was like, God, it was so fucked. The console itself was the controller. Because why not? But it was like a Nintendo 64 bootleg controller that was dark blue. The underside of it, where the Z button would be, that was just like a cartridge for, I think if you wanted to stick in your own NES cartridge or SNES cartridge. I never used it. I didn't know what it was for. It just felt kind of, it felt fun to run my fingers over it. 'Cause, you know, it's got all those grooves in it. But I didn't understand what it was for. It came with the light gun, so I did get to play Duck Hunt with that. And it came with player 2, who got a Genesis bootleg controller with a thumbstick to install on the D-pad. So, I don't even know. I say thumbstick, it was more like an arcade fight stick that you screw onto the fake Genesis D-pad, and then you can use that as an alternative means to move. But only player 2 got that. Player 1 was stuck with the fake Nintendo 64 controller that was also the console itself that had it had the boot switch on it, and the control stick on it was fake. It didn't even work. You move with the D-pad. The control stick was just for show. And I think the C buttons didn't work either. It really was just A, B, and the D-pad, because most of the games were NES games. Pretty fun game. They were supposed to make it into a series. Back when the NES was supposed to be, like, you know, the Nintendo Entertainment System. So they were planning a lot of edutainment games. But back when their delusions of grandeur were a bit grander, you know, the scope of the gaming industry, the landscape wasn't fully, the foundation wasn't really set yet. They had the video game crash and all that. They were trying to do different shit with Rob the Robot and whatnot. So this was just another avenue that they had, just the idea that the NES could be more than just a gaming console. But yeah, this fell through. And Urban Champion, another bootleg favorite. And the cops come through. Wee-woo! Oh, I didn't know DK teaching English existed. I know they planned for a music one, but it didn't make the cut. Alright, the 7 new games. 7! Dude, we're lucky if we even get 2. As of this, most first-party NES games appear to have been ported over, with the exception of the ones that require the light gun or Rob the Robot. An exception that doesn't require either of those would be Star Tropics 2. And apparently a European exclusive Mario Brothers port for NES, which I didn't even know that was a thing. Well, one more video, and then we can get straight to the interview. I say that like we're gonna pull up side scrollers. Big ups Almighty 7. You just missed the hour-long news segment. Big ups Heavy Metal Gamer. When Urban Champion was released on the Wii Virtual Console, that game got shit on so bad. It's actually enjoyable to a point. Very repetitive. Fighting games was not Nintendo's strong suit. Well, of course, it was NES. There was no precedent. There was no precedent for fighting games yet. No, we didn't have the likes of Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat and whatnot. That wouldn't be till like a whole generation later. I'm not saying fighting games didn't exist on NES. I remember playing a Turtles fighting game on NES last year, but it wasn't like established yet. But I had fun with it. It was a fun game. Fun little arcade style game. Not arcade in the sense like Street Fighter at the arcades, but like you pop it in, there's no plot. There's like 10 minutes of gameplay and game time. But back then, little fucking Eddie V in the 80s had to make that stretch, you know what I'm saying? That was like your whole weekend. You're done with homework? Was a couple quid to go rent this game from the local Blockbuster or equivalent video game rental store. And, you know, you did good in your classes. And that's your whole week. You gotta make that last, brother. Good thing we have gaming the way it is now, right? Alright, next video. Purely self-indulgent. We have Special Heroes, Loving Sea, or Fire Emblem Heroes. Yeah, it's a Dingus PN segment. Bro, frolicking in the surf. That sentence doesn't read right. Whoa, we have the lady! Emblem, engage!
I got this swimsuit from the boutique.
Pick up Jesse 51.
It just came out this summer.
I've not watched the new Synthetic Man video yet.
What fun!
She is a colorless dragon. Maritime Arts. I'm not even gonna try reading that. Look at that. Look at how much they have to scroll. What's wrong with them? Are you insane? If conditions are right, attacks 4 times with damage plus 20. Forms connections with allies. Engage blast.
Summer, engage!
Why do they all say that? We have Petra Lady. Some chocolate from 3 houses.
Faces. One kind, one other frightening.
A flying red bow.
Where do I travel?
I'm the one. He also has look, all the women don't even bother. The females get like absolute paragraphs, essays actually, for their descriptions. It got to a point where with these newer trailers, they just say fuck it and give you these little blurbs because they know ain't nobody got time to read all this shit. So I'll read this part. She can zoom by to within 2 spaces of her allies to rain down her special. Deadeye twice on her foes. I think it's worse than Yu-Gi-Oh! At times. Now they're showcasing her fighting against Brave Corrin from last year's Voda Hero event. You know, the thing I gaslit everyone into voting for in exchange for VIP. So Corrin won that last year. She's a pretty broken unit. Generally at this point, I think she still has some meta usage. So they're showing off her losing to Petra to kind of make it to kind of get you to think that she's valuable enough to roll on.
Get to swimming. Still not done.
Pretty good. Corrin is annoying, especially if you got no unit to deal with her. Whoa, is that guy?
Seawater for pickling? The flavor might be off, I guess.
That's the guy who voices Deku in My Hero. Now notice how the guys get like, I mean, look, it's not short for a typical guy paragraph, but notice how like they didn't really have to scroll. They didn't scroll actually. Yeah, the guys don't scroll. Cause okay, with Petra Lady and Alir, they have full kits. Like Alir has everything. So you get the weapon, you get the purple skill, which is your attack skill. You get either the attack skill or the blue shield reposition skill, or it's usually repositioning or some sort of healing. You either get one of the purple skill or the blue skill, and then you get an A, B, and C skill. So Alir has a full kit. You don't need to inherit any skill. You can sacrifice a hero and have their skills be inherited by another unit. You don't have to inherit anything to Alir for her to have a full kit. She's just already decked out outside of needing a blue repositioning skill. The same can be said for Petra. She's a lady, so instant kitted out kit. Well, actually for Petra, she needs an A skill, but you can probably make it work. Just slap on life or death or something. And then you get Klan. He's got shitty skills. For one, shitty relative to the point of the game's lifespan that we're in, the power creep and whatnot. And only the weapon is unique. And the weapon people are just gonna inherit on better heroes anyway if it's worth a shit. Yeah, the third character is the 4-star focus, and it's always the dude. They do know what sells. True, UNF, but if you go into the social media comments for any of this shit, it's always people complaining. Now, they're probably Redditors, and Twitter people complaining about how the guys always get cucked. I mean, these games have a large female demographic of people that play these games. I'm almost willing to say, well, maybe it's dependent on the game, but like the female audience is greater than the male audience at times, or maybe it's just that the female audience is louder. Because like it's always, when it comes to fan art or fan fiction or like any kind of fan work, it's always a lady style person making that for the most part. You know, men do dabble in that, but more often than not, especially when it's like fan art, it is often a female behind that. And those are the people that complain whenever they never get catered to. Speaking of ladies,
I fear my natural charisma might be drawing too much attention.
Mamma
What
mia!
is with her?
We got Bernadetta. Yes. And who's that slut over there? They got the longest. Oh my god! Look how long that is. I don't even want to begin. With their harmonized skill, they and their allies stop foes in their tracks. Plus, they have godlike reflexes. Oh, they're a blue lance unit. I was expecting a mage. Yeah, so they're a duo unit, so they get an additional skill, which they're highlighting here, showing off. Give you another reason to roll for them. They buff all nearby allies. You got Hineka there. I don't know why they would show off against Hineka. She's not really relevant at all. This is an old unit they're showing off for. Oh, here's someone relevant. Christmas Dimitri. That guy's unkillable.
All yours.
I'm the one. Now we get to find out who the free unit is. Whoa! Is that Dedue? Oh my god, it's Dedue. It's another Axe Infantry? It's always a male Axe Infantry. Dude, I love Nintendo. I can't wait to spend all my dead paycheck SSIs on this, or whatever the fuck DSP calls it. Or I say DSP, whatever the fuck DSP haters call it. I fumbled the bag on that joke. You know what I'm trying to say. I can't wait to spend all of that on that. Don't worry, I'll go free to play. Yeah, big ups. That was insanely positive, very self-indulgent. Without further ado, let's set up that interview and see what all was talked about. Wow, we're already halfway there on bringing back the Dark Moon.
Time for a celebratory bubble blow.
Big ups on the bubble blow. Thank you guys for sticking around with us here on the news segment. The news and self-indulgent videos segment. Can't wait to play all those NSO games 10 months from now, because I'm so behind on my backlog. Let's go ahead and see if we can't find a room. So I did Hunter mode, and I unlocked Endless, but I kind of want to do a room. I want to do one of the other modes so I can unlock Endless for them as well. So Rush is finding exit before time runs out, search objects, and defeat ghosts to extend your time limit. Sounds good. Yeah, now for the real Nintendo star to show up. I agree. Alright, Ralph better not still be live, because we're gonna be here all night if that's the case. Okay, good, he ended the show. It's only 2 hours, okay, that's not bad.
So... it's...
Like you work tomorrow. JC, wouldn't you know it? It actually took until relatively recently for me to know the answer to that. And then when I found out, I was immensely disappointed as I learned that Canadians have tomorrow off as well. And by tomorrow, I mean later today. But Canadians got Monday off too because it was Canada Day, but Americans didn't. So you got like Canadian agents. The Canadian agents got Monday and today off, but Americans only get 4th of July off. What? But Canadians aren't American. Why did they get 4th of July off too? Has it ever worked like that ever? In any of the places you guys have ever worked for? That have like national and international correspondence? Fuck this fucking place, man.
If we need to reschedule, I can't. It's really not a big deal.
No,
To see if I can get some Japanese players to help me.
No, I see now. I see you now, and
thankfully I am getting holiday pays.
I wanted to ask you a few questions.
Big ups, BR Joe. The Twitter redeem. Aw, dude, I love Twitter. Let's take a look here. Look, listen, what's trending on Twitter? Hey, I actually got someone in. Let's see, Engage is trending for the banner. The Wii U is trending. Donkey Kong Jr. map. Zenless Zone Zero. That's a game that came out today. Gotcha. Let's check out Trump is a Grapist. Let's be clear about January 6, 2021. It wasn't Antifa. It wasn't the FBI. It wasn't Black Lives Matter. It wasn't MAGA. I don't know, it was MAGA. Scratch what I said before, it was MAGA. It actually was MAGA. And that guy, hashtag Trump is a Grapist, is completely unrelated to the actual tweet. What an absolutely genuine and not at all botted 5,000 liked tweet from Amelia M, whose profile bio is just hashtags they support, like BLM and resist and blue wave and feminist and resistance and anti-fascist and votes blue some more in 2024. That is such a fitting hashtag. I've talked about these bots before, but these people aren't real. Like, I'm not saying that like they're inhuman, but they are literally inhuman. At least have like a convincing personality. These people have no person. They don't tweet about anything but politics. How does that make me? How is that supposed to convince me that you're a real person? You're not. Your whole feed is politics. You don't even talk about like, I don't know what you had for breakfast that day. You know, real humans don't tweet like that. You understand that, right, Carl? Like, real humans don't talk like that. Like, people on social media, just go to your Facebook. If you got like a Facebook with your boomer relatives, you know, they talk a certain way on the internet. That isn't how these people talk. It's very disturbing. But not as disturbing so much as it is annoying. Oh my god. Look, I thought that led into the other room. Yeah, my thoughts on that, well, those are my thoughts on it, VR Joe. You're welcome. I hate liberal bots. Now, that's not to say that, you know, conservative bots aren't just as annoying, but it's like, does anyone even really seriously argue that Black Lives Matter did January 6th? Like, that's such a non-argument. No one ever said that. No one, and if someone said that, it was probably just an equally botted bot, but it was conservative bot. A conservative bot probably made that argument once. But no one has ever seriously argued that Jan 6 was actually perpetuated by Black Lives Matter and Antifa. Well, Antifa, okay, I have seen people argue for Antifa, but I haven't seen anyone seriously argue that Black Lives Matter was behind it all. Antifa, you got the schizo theories where it's like, oh, they had people hidden in the crowds. Now, to be fair and to be clear, I do think that's like Chudley Cope. I mean, it's pretty. I mean, you can have your theories, but I don't know. Maybe that's just like. You can talk about how responsible Trump actually was in the end. I think it's better to say, look, don't look at it as a concession or Chud's taking the L, but just frame it more as, you know, what really happened. And what really happened. What actually happened there. Oh, they're signaling to me. They can't say over here. They removed the ability to say over here. I got distracted from complaining about politics. Wait, I must have played this mode once on 3DS. Okay, now we gotta get the red coins. Yeah, what was my point? Oh yeah, don't look at it as, you know, oh yeah, you gotta like accept responsibility as we perceive it. No, just, you know, be real about the reality of it. The reality of it was people walked around and they like tossed a few desks. They got a few of them got rowdy, but most of them just toured it like they were at a museum or something. Like, that's the reality of it. Don't accept their narrative that it was this new neocon 9/11 perpetuated by the Nazis. And if you respond to that, you accept their narrative and give it credibility and validation by retaliating in self-defense. Like, oh, it was actually Black Lives Matter. Like, nobody. No, you're insane. You're stupid. Just be real about it. Be real and just say it was nothing but a couple of people walking to the building. Correct. And then you got Nick Fuentes over there on the outskirts saying, everyone disregard the police. Big ups Dead School. I have not seen The Boys.
course, like,
Yeah, big upset school. We are watching Ethan Ralph interview Nick Rekieta from earlier tonight. It's a VOD of the century. I'm gonna do some Luigi's Mansion too, as well.
Good job.
Did it pause already? Is he alive? What happened? It did pause. Question mark? Hold up. Luigi, don't fail me now.
Thank you very much.
I wanted to ask you a few questions, of course, like,
Oh, is it gonna do this all stream?
Good job. Hey. Thank you very much. Good job. Thank you very much.
Raffle Mail Bros, no! Let me refresh it.
Good job. Thank you very much. Oh yeah.
Dude, we may not even be able to watch this. That encapsulates the interview, though, probably. Ralph there, pinching the bridge of his nose, and Rekieta just drinking.
no.
Yeah, don't tell me it's gonna be like this. Do I have to let it buffer? Alright, I'll just let it buffer. I'll let it buffer. We let it buffer there. Red coin minigames in the main story can get weirdly hard. I think I did one of them before. Give it like a floor or two to buffer. Yeah, but this mode, you're just rushing for the exit. You can get time back by catching the ghosts, but the ghosts are not the priority. Oh, that's a bomb. Oh, I guess you can use the dark light to get more time too. Easy steal. You should be searching ideally, but also just taking a second to go ahead and get these timepieces. The time will add up. Actually, getting the map too will showcase a blueprint of the whole floor, making it even easier to find the exit. Big ups playing. You missed a news segment. It's okay. I'm sure you're caught up. Maybe you might be caught up. And if you're not, I don't know, maybe I'll clip it. I feel like I had the right amount of energy for that. Oh, wait, here it is.
Good job.
I'm the one.
Thank you very much.
I'm the guy.
Hey. Good job.
It gives some people time there to get by. Oh, shit. The room was cleared! How do you summon a ghost in a room that's cleared?
Good job. Thank you very
Dude,
much.
people have been spamming hay in this mode since 2013. They took away Luigi's over here! Used to be able to hit on the touchscreen any room in the map and he would say that. Oh, it's up to me, you guys! Alright, can we get this playing?
So,
why did they get rid of it? I don't know. Ask them.
Like if we need to reschedule, I can. It's really not a big deal.
No,
maybe it's just because I'm doing it through here. We might have to do this. Oh no! Now wants to. Look, when I want to watch Mad at the Internet, this shit never buffers like that. I'm not dropping frames either, so it's not me, man. Dude, that guy stole my kill. He gets so affable all of a sudden. Yeah, he's doing his world tour. Which is why I think it's such a mistake for him to start that world tour with Ralph. Actually, no, he started with Dick Masterson last week. He had a whole stream with Dick Masterson. I didn't even restream it. I didn't even know it happened till after it happened. Yeah, the Diddler axe. Wait, how do you get in there? Oh god, we're running out of time. Where's the room at? Oh. I gotta find some timepieces. Are we getting felted already? Is there anything we can use? Oh, that guy got felted. No wonder he was spamming help. Okay, run.
Thank you very much.
Wait, I think I'm going the wrong way. It's quite menacing. Oh, that's a bomb, that's a bomb.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we're good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Carl, where do I go? Shut up. They're finding time for me, which I appreciate. I was finding time for them. Look at this maze. That was a close one. Fucking awful, man. Apparently he has multiple CPS calls way before the mandatory report. Yeah, I covered that. Going back to 2009, which, well, shit, I don't know the ages of the kids, and it's not really relevant, honestly. But at minimum, like the 16-year-old would have been existing, right? Went the wrong way. No way we're getting the last one. Forget what you said about the red coins during the main game. The red coins during this multiplayer are awful, too. Yeah, I shudder to think, Carl, what the calls were over, because 2009 was like... Yeah, it's like, how do you... Like, that's their oldest, right? From my understanding, 1 year old. Why do you have CPS on your ass 1 year old in 2009.
I see you now, and so
that's true, Carl.
I wanted to ask you a few questions, of course. Like,
we're never having this buffer. Fuck Ralph.
To a certain point in time, and not meant as a dig, but
I don't mean it as a dig. Okay, there's the boss. Okay, if it's gonna keep being like this, then I'm just gonna... well, see, if I get it on Brave, we're gonna have to deal with the ads. Hopefully Ralph is a saint. He has ads turned off, surely. Yeah, Ralph's on Xannies. Obviously. Oh, he can spawn creepers? Hey, I got him! Wait, do we still have to find the exit? No, we don't. Alright, we're good. Dude, I was watching this live with no problems. Or, you know, a little bit of it live. Yeah, he's on Xannies. When isn't he? Correct. Okay, we'll do it like this. I'm gonna have to toss Brave open here. I'm working behind the scenes to make the stream better. Yeah, I'll play it on Brave and see if it plays that way, because it's just not working the way I usually play videos. Sorry for the technical inconvenience, guys. I mean, come on. Sarah told me it sucked anyways. I'm overhyping it. It's just gonna be a lot of filleting. Oh, you found it? I'm the guy. Well, doesn't mean you can't still explore just because you found it so quickly. Oh, geez. You want to improve your score, right? I think we'll get out of there before that explodes. Dude, I'm facing him. One detail I did notice is that after you beat after you beat a boss floor, the ghost's HP rises up by 5 HP. So gradually it'll get more and more annoying. Okay, I need to turn on this and that. It's the guy. It's Ralph. Does it work like that? We'll see.
Okay. So it's
like if we need to reschedule, I can't. It's really not a big deal.
No.
No! Why? What is happening? No matter how I play this interview is fucked up. Ah! Wait, Alyssa Clips. Alyssa Clips will never steer me wrong. You really think she would have this already pulled up? Oh my god, she does. She was on this. Well, it's just various clips. It's better than nothing, though. God damn it. I hate that I have to do it like this. Yeah, yes, Alyssa Clips. Literally, yes.
Thank you very much.
Before I go into...
This is the Keel stream. Nick Rekieta's statement on the allegations against Aaron M. Holte. That guy.
M. Holt, I guess I'll go into it now, but in a certain way. You know, he was last week accused of abusing his wife, headbutting her and choking her.
Well, Ralph, you've done way worse, allegedly.
And again, you can refrain from whatever you want to say about him, but he's presented himself as this truth teller, and you know, it's like, okay, well, his...
Are you there, Ralph?
Ex-wives were besties at one point, and you know, he's been accused of choking and headbutting April, and you know, you can get into this or not, but that certainly changed.
What's unfortunate is that I can kind of understand what Ralph's getting at here.
What he was saying.
But he's just so slotted. It's like, why even bother, man? You should just wait until you were in the right headspace.
Here's what I'll say. I'm going to say the same thing about Aaron that I've said basically every time. Aaron, on what he says. Aaron is his own man. He gets to say whatever he wants to say. He has his own show. And I hope he makes $1 million. People can assess his credibility without my input. A brief statement on the allegations of the that were in the restraining order petition that then allude back to allegations of domestic abuse between Aaron and April. All of that shit happened. All of those allegations and stuff happened before I think before I had even first encountered April, which was, I was on one Simpcast with her in late 2022 or early 2023, I don't remember. And
don't know enough to know whether this is fake or not. Fake news. What? Whoa! It's DJ Filthy Rich, a gifted 1 month tier 1 to Flame. 1. That's a lot of ones. Hey, big ups. Thank you, DJ Filthy Rich. Thank you for the positivity.
Until September of last year. So all of that stuff happened before I met them, and I'm not involved in that situation. I don't know anything about it other than what
a very legalisy answer here.
Have read in the,
you can tell he hates Aaron, but he knows he can't say shit. You don't need me to say that, though.
So I can't really comment on it. I don't know.
Right. Well, yeah, and again, I've been accused of things I didn't do.
I've been accused of things. I had some stuff. Big ups, Tevin. What are your thoughts on Ralph getting the exclusive return of Nick Rekieta interview? I'm going through it right now.
Yeah, who knows what happened there?
Of course, Ralph was drunk when he did the interview too. Bitch, he didn't care. He was moving out of the way of that hurricane because he touched a medallion. Was coming from Merida, so he ran away to Mexico City and left his cats there. All to running away from the hurricane and do this fucking interview. And he wasn't even sober for it. Sober Ralph much? Yeah, just like he had the Christian scoop. Did he get that footage? Did he or did he not get it? Did he or did he not get the footage? Do you understand? Do you understand?
And at least, like his true teller
What's Nick drinking out of?
Like, I don't know. You don't have to comment on it. I'm
fucking petition.
What happened?
When does he take a sip?
That situation. All of that stuff happened before a comment on it. I don't know.
Right. Well, yeah, and again,
Oh, he's Nick Rekieta. He'll take a sip in a
I
second.
didn't do by women, and so you know.
It's wilder.
You know, yeah, who knows?
Yeah, okay. Well, I see what you're talking about, Carl. What is that?
It certainly changes, in my opinion, at least, like his true teller persona. Like I don't know. You don't have to comment on it. I'm commenting on it myself, right? Like it's like okay.
Yeah, I'm commenting on it as a reporter.
Like, okay, maybe he's not right.
That's what he wants you to think, Carl.
And all that came out.
It's like Rich's seltzer water.
Said a lot about you.
Hey, big ups to Control Alt to See. What's up, man?
Family and April herself. You know,
When alcohol does its tax, you should definitely list Rekieta as dependent. Oh no.
Like at your side home or whatever.
But big ups to Control Alt to See.
You to confirm
Rekieta
that
had his
at
big
all,
return in
but,
an
like,
interview with Ralph today. He promised his interview to Ralph weeks ago, and he's been ducking it ever since.
Say, well, this kind of changes the situation, right? Like, this might be.
What are you listening to? What do you think? I just said what it was.
Protecting a woman from spousal abuse, right? Like, and you don't have to confirm.
Yeah,
that
Carl,
or
this could have been the
deny that,
biggest
but,
interview in the sector. Now it's just going to be another funny haha segment for the casino.
There's a tendency for some people to try and like promote themselves as some sort of noble, generous hero or whatever.
Dude, it's fucked up that Rekieta's the sober one here.
Right now, in all of
but when the other when the other man in the room is Ethan Ralph, I suppose it makes sense.
And right now, I'm focused entirely on getting my children back where they belong in their home with their parents. So, like, I'm not. If people want to speculate on any sort of motivations and stuff when they don't have any of the external details, that's what the internet does. It's great at speculation and gossip. And
Rekieta, you participated in it too when it came to Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. What about Kyle Rittenhouse?
Speak for themselves.
The jogger guy? With that, I can forget his name. That guy's case.
It's not my job to do that for anybody. So I'm not claiming to be any
was
sort
your
of hero.
empire of dirt.
I'm not claiming there's a reason to be a hero. That's other people can go ahead and do their self-hero promotion all they want. I'm worried about my felony, and I'm worried about my family. That felony charges, to be clear, before someone has a fucking autism fit. But I'm worried about the felony charges, and I'm worried about my family. Like trying to concern myself with any other thing that's not there.
All right, well, there's the first clip there. Just in time for me to beat this floor too. We have. Does Rekieta think he'll go to jail? Can't wait to see how he answers this one.
Do you think he'll go to jail?
No.
Me?
Yeah.
I fucking hope not.
That's the answer Ralph wanted. You're already won Ralph over.
I did my overnight at the county lockup, and it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't the worst thing ever. I just mostly slept because I have narcolepsy, so I just laid down, went to sleep, woke up. There was another shitty meal there, and did that again until my arraignment. But Minnesota, like, I can briefly talk about this because it's a general thing.
I feel like you're right to see it. I can't remember a time that he was right on something. Like right dead on, right on the money.
Wrote a law that says, here's how crimes should be sentenced. And they have 3 different sentencing guideline grids. They have the general grid, then they have the drug offender grid, and then they have the sex offender grid. So my felony charge is second-degree possession currently, and that is on the drug offender grid. And what happens is you have the two.
You'd have to prove a lot of ignorance and negligibility in the lab for that to have credibility, though, right?
I think it's
the idea that it was a false positive.
And they score these things like points.
Not a lot of people understand how that works, but we kind of have the deets now. Like they do wash the kid's hair and all that thoroughly.
I'm a first-time offender as far as the grid is concerned. Like speeding tickets and shit don't count. So I'd be a first-time offender. If speeding tickets counted, we know.
Oh my God! I saw those. Oh my God! He didn't show up for a speeding ticket. Oh my God! He's the worst guy ever. Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I mean, he is, but not for those reasons.
I'll leave that alone, but go ahead.
It's fine. But no, so I'd be a first-time offender, and so the presumptive sentence for a conviction for second-degree possession of a controlled substance is 48 months. It's either 44 or 48 months, doesn't really matter. It's one of those two. But there's a presumptive stay of execution. So what that means is the judge will sentence you to the 44 or 48 months, whatever it is.
It, right?
Right, and they'll suspend it out and you're put on probation. You may have county jail time and you may have a fine imposed, but
I bet you wish it was just a fine.
The sentence is not going to prison. There's some flexibility in there. But deviating from that in Minnesota requires the judge to actually have reasons, and that shit's appealable. So, look, the perspective outlook on us, if everything just kind of goes normal, and then ends up with us being found guilty. Like if we went to trial and we're found guilty, so no like plea deal, leniency, or anything like that.
Rekieta still probably won't admit wrongdoing if he's found guilty.
It's like I said, it's either 44 or 48 months, and then we put on probation for like a year or 2 years. Now, a whole shitload of things could happen in the meanwhile, right? Like they could determine that we don't meet the criteria for second-degree possession, and it should be third. Or they could decide that they found us running, slave trade or something, and like tack on a bunch of charges. Or I could get, like, in really weird theory, like I could get charged with a felony, do a speedy trial, and have that trial have me convicted, and then I'd be I'd be a second-time offender, right? Like, all of those things could change the outcome, but the presumptive sentence would have no prison time, and as far as jail time goes, it's impossible to say what a judge would do, and I'm not aware of anything that currently not aware of any plans of the county for things like if they wanted to pursue
vacuum those in with the vacuum, huh?
We just don't have enough. We don't have any information about that stuff yet. We're way too early in the process. So
prepare the slave trade. Well, there you go. Rekieta does not think he's going to prison, which is basically what he said there. The kill stream, false accusations from the Rekieta church, correcting the record. Whoa, the church lied. Just like how the government lied, and pretty much every authority that has power over Rekieta in some way, shape, or form.
As to our church, I'm not going to speak too much about it. Look, every community,
fuck the church.
It doesn't matter what kind of community
that's basically what I'm saying.
Has similar characteristics, right? People are effectively people, and there's some variation in some of the numbers of like gossips or busybodies or people who are really accepting, like that. There's some variation amongst groups, but it's all basically the same. You get a distribution.
I was thinking about that too.
Everything.
Like they won't be blind to the way he's been acting since he was released, right?
Let's just say that there was.
There's no way you can be.
A lot of shit said by members.
Surely
of our
that's
church
something that has to be taken into account.
False and completely baseless, like legitimately baseless. And if they had simply asked anybody, these things could have been dispelled. And I'll address one of them specifically. This one's come up a lot, or it came up a lot a while back. There's so much juicier stuff now. But there was an allegation, for example, that Lady Rackets and I went to a casino and left our children at home in the care of our oldest. Now, for one, that would be illegal in the state of Minnesota. Our oldest is old enough to do that. That's not
doesn't
acceptable
matter.
in our house. That has never been. That would
Doesn't
never
matter
be
if
something
it's
that we would
legal.
do. And the only times we have ever gone to the casino is there 3 times. Twice was for the Make-A-Wish ball. This year and the previous year.
The second was for the
And
Fuck
then
Ralph
the
Festival.
other time was at Christmas. All of those times, our children were with Lady Racket's parents. Like, so we've never left our children. Even if we would have, it would have been legal.
Debunked. There you
but we
go.
never
Trolls
did that
lose.
because we're way like we.
Why didn't he say this
Guys,
before?
we
Is
hired
anyone's
a full-time
guess,
fucking
actually?
nanny just to make sure that our children always had supervision.
Look at that.
And to
He did-
make sure
look,
there
wait,
were
what was
always
that?
adults.
Did Ralph mute the super chat? Hold up. The super chat called him out, but Ralph muted it? No, hold my lord. Wait a minute. Ralph Jannying it up?
It would have been legal, but we never did that because we're way like we. Guys, we
Matt
hired a
himself sent
full-time
$5
fucking
on
nanny just
Nick is
to
quick to
make
call
sure that our children always
Yeah.
had supervision.
Ralph
and to
hit
make
the
sure
OBS
there were always
source.
adults readily available.
Ralph, cut that
to,
super chat off.
Transport the children.
Ralph, no.
To feed and clothe them and to make sure
Ridicule
they were
and critique.
supervised. And so like this.
Where's the critique?
It was wild to read that because like all you had to do was not ask us. You didn't have to ask
Ralph
us.
was
All
like,
you
I
had
gotta
to do
keep him
was ask
talking.
Lady Racket's
I gotta
parents.
keep him on the line. I gotta keep him
You know,
talking
like,
at all costs.
These people know
This is
that.
my big
If they
break.
would have just asked, like, oh man, they went to the casino and they left their kids at home. You would have said, no, they were at our house. That's it. Solved.
That's wild
And
to
so
see.
it's
I
like,
couldn't
but
believe it when
that
I first heard about it.
allegation
I
gets
thought it had
made
to
and
be
put
some
in a
like some sort of
document,
mistake or
and if you read
op.
that, it's like, well, someone heard that and told the pastor that, and he's like, well, I don't know if that's okay.
Stuff like that,
Well,
you
first
want-
of
you
all, if
want
read the
that to
law,
be
that would
fake.
okay. But second of all,
You don't want that to
didn't
be
fucking
real.
Do it. And so that gets shared around, and it's like, well, no, like.
It's a small town. It's a small
If that's not the wake up call, look, dude, I don't know what it is, right?
Ask. It's like, well, yeah, we could have corrected that real
Get your
fucking
life
quick.
together, man.
But instead you went to the government. I guess it's weird. Man.
Yes, the government.
That's a strange fucking attitude, in my opinion.
Rekieta knows to appeal to the government thing because, you know, Ralph is Ralph. He's hiding out in Mexico to avoid the government as well. He knows what buttons to push. But yeah, like, I don't want that. Look, I hate to take the DSP stance here, but I just want everyone to be happy, right? Like, I don't want anyone to be hurt, right? Like, I just want Rekieta's family to be happy. I just want them all to be happy, correct? This is a travesty. This is a shame. Like, ideally, Rekieta's kids deserve to be raised in a good home with good parents. You know, they did nothing wrong. They did everything correct. And ideally, in a perfect world, yeah, it would be Rekieta raising them, not like a foster family or the relatives or something. At least they know the relatives, but you know what I mean. Like, they deserve to be raised by their papa, right? But when he's fucked up on the drink and the drugs, it's like, what are you gonna do? Oh shit, hold up. Does he not know I can heal that? Oh my god, he doesn't know. Look, there you go. That's how you teach a player in real time. I didn't know that the last time I played. I probably knew back in the day, I just forgot about it. Problem is that nothing will go back to normal. It's a shame, but that's the reality of it. Like, I mean, we've talked about it over and over for ages, time immemorial. But the kids would probably be messed up forever because of this. The other kids are gonna bully them. Like, they're gonna hear about this. Now, social media is in the now. It's what's hip. They probably bragged to the other kids about how their dad's a cool lawyer, man. What are they gonna have to brag about now? Yeah, I gotta run back. Can we get the next video ready? Did Rekieta lose his way and being under the internet's microscope?
know you don't want to talk about Aaron and all his bullshit that he's put
Bullshit.
out here.
You just said Aaron was a nice guy.
Did you lose your way? In a certain respect.
Did I lose my way? I don't know. That's an interesting question, because the answer to that could presume a set of circumstances.
No, Rekieta,
that,
just answer the question. Don't dance
is
around
true
it, man.
Or not true or partially true. What I'll say is this.
What I'll say is this.
As far as, again, whatever Aaron's saying, that's his own shit that he gets to say, and determine his credibility on your own. I'm not helping anybody do that. What I'll say is this: I made plenty of choices in life, and made plenty of choices about over the past year.
I'm not a perfect guy, man. I told you guys that. You guys know that.
Plenty I would do differently.
I'm not a good person.
And it's not really worth dwelling on that shit.
Yeah, I saw that he uploaded some videos on Steel Toe.
Happened, and then you
good, because no one's really covering the Steel Toe like as the main focal point with this Rekieta coverage. The people are focusing on Rekieta, but Steel Toe deserves to look at too.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And again, I say this to people: they only get a glimpse of you from the streaming, and you and I have talked about this briefly, but like being a streamer and putting it out there, but you only put a little bit out there, right? Like people don't really understand what it's like to be
hello, the seat is the court of public opinion, mind you.
And
the most important court after Kangaroo Court.
It's hard to deal with when that shit blows up.
But yeah, you're right. I don't know why Rekieta's talking to Ralph like this. It's not gonna help anyone, least of all him.
You know, when the microscope gets turned on you, or sometimes it's a telescope, right? Like, you have a couple options, and it's like you can try and address things. You can try and joke along with it. You can try and deny things, or you can confirm things. And the reality is that streamers do a mix of all of it, right? Like sometimes you're throwing fucking darts. Like it's like, do you like roll with these jokes? And then the jokes become like, I was actually just talking about this with Lady Rackets while we were driving today. It was like in our sector, in the sector, right? Like there are things that are jokes, and there'll be a joke for a while, or like maybe someone has a really bad day, and there's like a meme joke that comes out of it, and it starts off like funny and memey, but then something else happens and something else happens, and it makes it like way more serious and fucking brutally mean.
Yeah.
And then you're like, that joke that was kind of like funny and lighthearted is now fucking vicious, and like we're throwing darts trying to like figure out how to do it. So sometimes you roll with a joke at the beginning. But
yeah, it's all negative when they come crying for you, ain't it?
I can't reel that
it's okay
back
when
in.
you're the one making fun of everybody else, but when it's you're the one,
other times you just have to kind of fucking
then you're like, whoa, guys, things have gone too far, right?
But you also don't have time to address everything, so it's a fucking tough sort of circumstance to be in, because you never know what
can't.
To do,
physically incapable,
or like how the internet is going to take something, or how they're going to change like what the advice is on how to handle something. Because do you remember when the advice for everything was lean into the joke?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
that still works though. Sometimes.
Not well. Yeah. And that's not good advice, by the way.
Big ups, Vika. Catching up on this Ethan Ralph and Rekieta interview. The Rekieta CPS history, correcting the record. How would you correct this? Gonna talk about that 2009 thing? I really want to know what's the story behind that.
One more question, only because people bug me about it. They
bug me about
there is other CPS like involvement before this, etc.
Etc.
There are three. I can clear this up real quick.
Sure.
There are three things that came out in. There's a report today It's like a discovery report or something that got, I think, filed, and it talks about 3 prior CPS interactions.
Yes.
One of them was in 2000. Well, the file number is from 2009. That's not actually.
Oh, yeah, got Luigi's Mansion.
That's
Big
not
ups.
our
I'm glad
family.
to have influenced you into
Lady
such a
Raggets
great
and I were
purchase.
Foster parents.
Doing some multiplayer, and I'll probably do a couple of missions.
Yeah, we were foster
I
parents.
booted up
before
super
our,
late.
First child was born, and we stopped being foster parents just a little bit before our second child
booting
was
up
born.
at
Lady
Ivica
Raggets
hours.
was pregnant.
That's what I'm
and
doing.
She was put on bed rest because she had some bleeding that they were concerned about, and so we were no longer able to keep fostering when
and of
she
course,
was put on
since
bed
it's
rest
past
because
midnight,
I wasn't
a
home
happy
and she
4th of
wasn't able
July
to lift, you know, the
to
kids.
all my
So,
American viewers.
the kids unfortunately
Style.
had to go to another family, and
Fuck
then
the
they were
British
out
and
of
all
our
that.
care at that point. It had nothing
But
to
you
do
don't have
with
to wait
us.
for
That's
4th of July to
just-
say that.
We're part of the file because we were the foster parents. I don't even
I'm gonna
remember
finish
the
Thousand
last
Year
name
Door
of that
first.
file. It was a long fucking time ago.
What all do you
there's
have
like a
left to do?
February
You're not
15th
shimming it,
report,
right?
And I have no idea what the hell is up with that report.
Like,
It
how did
was
I
ignored
beat
by
that first?
CPS,
I'm like the
and
slowest
then
gamer
there's
ever.
a 516 or 515 or 516 report. That's the infamous one from our pastor, and that one was also actually ignored by CPS. It's called screening them out. So CPS found that there were not substantial allegations to meet the criteria to merit an investigation, and so they ignored them. Again, the CPS involvement in our family is strictly related to the execution of the search warrant and the allegations resulting from that around the substance that was allegedly removed from our home. I have to say all these allegeds to make sure there's no whatever. But this is all the government allegations. That's the family matter that we have. The other stuff was ignored by CPS and has not been re-pursued or anything like that. So people don't have to take my word on that. Believe me, disbelieve me, it doesn't fucking matter to me because I'm worried about the case itself. But hopefully someday I can like show the story. Like, but I gotta wait.
You still gotta be Bonetail and too lazy for the pit grind. Oh yeah, you are supposed to do the pit for a second time, huh? I just went straight to Prince Mush. I guess I am missing one thing in Thousand Year Door then. I could probably have that on in the background for a stream coming up. I mean, his age is nothing but doing Chapter 3 again. It's not like they changed the stats on you, which, I mean, they probably should have, but they didn't. Oh, that's some mad range on that poltergeist. How have we not found the room? Oh, you know something's in here. What we got? Oh, wait, when you said pit grind, you mean Pit of 100 Trials. I was thinking Glitz Pit. Well, you have to do both Glitz Pit and the Pit of 100 Trials twice. Once for Bonetail, once for Wacka, and then once for Chapter 3, and then once again for post-game to get your belt back. Hello? Orange? Okay, I thought I was glitching out there. I was about to say, fuck you, Nintendo. No, really. Okay, who is Rekieta versus who Rekieta presented himself to be?
I see people, it's mostly from Kitty Farms, to be honest with you.
Like, honestly.
But they'll say...
Surprised he's even humoring the farms for questions here, given how much he dislikes them.
You're not. That you acted like you were this Christian upholding, family man.
I'm surprised Rekieta agreed with that. I thought he would try to debunk it. Just like I'm debunking this Kyun Goon raid with a party of 8 goon. Ralph came back. He fled to Mexico City from Merida to avoid this big-ass hurricane that's coming his way because he touched the Christian medallion at Dick Masterson's house. And he fled to Mexico City to some hotel, some crack shack, where, with the power of the internet, as Boogie says, he was able to interview Rekieta. And this is the result of that encounter.
He hurt enough about it that they wanted to attack you, which is also a totally different level. Like that's one thing. It's one thing to say like, okay, this guy wasn't what I was
stuck in an ad as usual. Like, I thought Raids turned that shit off for like a couple of minutes at least.
Say, oh, he wasn't what he always wasn't. And now I want to.
I don't have the sub defense anymore. Your gift sub right now.
Your thoughts on
you get the supporter.
You know, allegation because it's out there.
Sure. So it's like in two parts. One is Nick presented himself. Well, let's do it in backwards order of what I was gonna do. Am I the same person that I was when I started streaming? Well, no.
That's unfortunate.
One, I think streaming itself changes you because you place yourself in this in the public eye. And then, you know, that's more sort of stimulus or input into who you are.
You get the dopamine rush.
You get compliments, you get commentary about who you are at a far accelerated rate. If you think
want those compliments more and more often, so you're willing to do different stuff to get those compliments.
1,000 people, and yet right now in this
you want to be like you want to be like the people you interact with, like Dick Masterson.
People who could be who are.
Why would Nick pick Ralph to interview him? Because he's stupid,
retarded, or whatever. Whereas when I walk around town, only about like 35, 45 people call me retarded.
And because Rekieta promised it as an exclusive scoop for Ralph.
It just does. Plus,
then was ducking it. Actually, couldn't duck it any longer.
6 or 7 years now. Yeah, I started in.
Then this hurricane was coming through that Ralph had to get the fuck out of the way from. So I guess they decided this was the perfect opportunity to do an interview. And Ralph allegedly left his cats to endure the storm back in Merida. So that's a thing.
I'm coming up on 7 years of streaming. Like 7 years of time, generally speaking, is pretty drastic for me. Like that's a lot of change that's happened. When I look at any 7-year period going backwards, I'm a way different person every 7 years on kind of the outward stuff. Now, getting to the crux of your question with like Nick presented himself as this tradcon person.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying other people said that. Right? Like, yeah. Okay.
Look, like we're really gonna deny that Ralph thinks that.
I have a lot of experience with this too.
I do.
Is that
no?
They get a glimpse.
No one ever thought Ralph was a Christian. Even during his Catholic LARP, which is like a different religion, but for the sake of argument, even during his Catholic LARP, no one thought he was Catholic.
Describe it as trying to describe the inside of a ship.
For one, he's not Italian or Irish.
Like they see this little window, and then they have to fill in the gaps.
Or Hispanic.
And for us, we let you fill in the gaps because, one, we can't address everybody's individual interpretation of who we are. There's not, like, physically time for it. But you let people fill in the gaps. Obama called himself a blank slate, for example, that people post their opinion or put themselves onto. It's kind of like that, just not as pretentious as Obama makes it.
It's
just like,
similar though. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
You go out and you do what you do, and you may
Bitcoin
have a
is so out of the way,
persona or not,
we'll never
doesn't
reach
really
it.
Matter, and people have to paint a picture. Well, my picture looks like this. I've been married almost 20 years now. I have 5 kids.
Out of time.
I'm a Christian. We homeschool. So, and I like guns and stuff. So, like, people go, oh, blam, 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 conservative, right? Like, super conservative, traditional conservatism. And I tick a lot of those boxes because, you know, I'm fairly
right level 3.
I like low taxes. You know, I can have
for the purposes of argument, yes,
about immigration, but I think a country needs to secure
and
its
semantically,
borders,
yes, because they're different names.
I believe in capitalism in general. So, like, I have a lot of conservative things. So people, and depending on the subject matter that you encounter, it'll really look like, if you go back, it'll really look like I'm super conservative. There are a lot of issues that I'm pretty damn socially liberal on, and I've also grown more socially liberal on some issues, as time went on. So like that,
like with
combined
drugs,
effect of as people get exposed to
Ralph
just
would
different
agree.
facets of who you are. They can take that as like a betrayal, like you promised them something and then you did the opposite. It's like, well, I didn't really promise it, and they're like, you didn't portray yourself that way. It's like, well, there's a lot of ways I haven't portrayed myself because I didn't really have the opportunity to do so. But I don't know. I try not to like make it into anything bigger than that. If people change, like if they think you've changed and they don't like who you are, then okay. Well, sorry. I'm not like, I know who I am and where I believe I've changed. Other people have different opinions, and that's cool. Like I don't mind.
You also
like
hope
the
they make
show,
$1 million.
keep watching. If you like making fun of me, keep watching. And if you don't, like, peace, man. It's cool. It's part of the business.
Well, there you go. Really no different than the other cope answers Rekieta gave. Yeah, that is absolutely canned response. Oh my lord. Just because of that, we're not going to get the coins. Why would you open the chest? Oh, big ups to Pink Man. The Pink Man got all of them. Okay, the hair follicle test and a Gutman's leverage. Seems like Alyssa's uploading all these live in the now. The interview just happened, so it makes sense.
First off, I've stated on the record.
Man.
There's a follicle test. I don't put.
I don't really pertain to anything regarding that.
Anything there, by the way. But
I know not of what you speak of, man.
But, so they have that. They've thrown that out there and put it out there with one 9-year-old.
He is the seed.
Mention the age and I don't.
Oh, I bet if he would have, and he definitely could have, he would have represented himself here.
What has it been like to deal with personally?
What I think you're alluding to is shit like that.
I'm ready for the 4th, Devin. It's the 4th of every July, baby.
Story. And
I
again,
got my
this is a frustrating
2
one
liter.
to talk about because there's so much to that, and people are going to take that in the opposite way. I'm not even talking about there's so much to the results or whatever. I'm talking about there's so much to the release of that and the circumstances around it.
Yeah, thank you for the bubble blow.
Again,
the bubble blow.
The story isn't even done being told to the court yet.
Hey, speaking of Ethan Ralph.
Like there's so much about that, and I can't say anything, which really fucking sucks. Because what I can tell you was when
one of the
we
many
were
instances in
informed,
which DSP
we
pretended
were
to not know who
absolutely
Ethan Ralph was.
Because frankly, that result's fucking.
All of those
impossible.
segments begin and end the same way.
That's what I said. Because like
Never heard of him.
I don't know. It makes no sense to me. It doesn't jive with reality.
Oh, did you jump on that,
in my
Carl?
opinion. I've said that publicly already, and it's insane.
Dude, that guy
basically,
got trapped
right?
and then he
Like,
died.
It just doesn't make any sense. That being said,
Which best is podcast
and again,
best?
You have to be careful with what you say, but it seems to be being used as a hammer against you in other regards. And again, you can comment or not comment on that.
Isn't it kind of just like taking what he said and like
I think
comparing that
if I
to
can
his
infer your
actions?
question in the hypothetical without details.
Actions speak louder than words.
There's a
It's literally just people considering what he said, comparing it to his actions.
Situation. So there's sort of.
Hey, Ivan.
In
Yeah,
a
it
situation
happened.
like this, where you have a criminal case and a custody case, you have two parallel tracks that are happening on different timelines, and what happens in one can affect the other.
Sure.
In very impactful ways. For example, statements in a child custody case may impact the criminal case leading to liability. Like if I were to say something in the child custody case, they could technically use it in the criminal case.
Yeah.
So what that does is it makes it really complicated to communicate with the state in the custody case, because they want to talk about a whole bunch of things, and saying anything regarding certain subjects, puts you at the chance of having a statement misused against you in the other context. So it makes it really fucking difficult. That difficulty only benefits the state, because the state then has the ability to say, well, they're not answering questions. Like, well, I have a Fifth Amendment right to not answer questions of any kind. But then they say, well, if you don't answer questions,
Ralph should have just said you got like the Fifth Amendment right to suck my fucking dick.
Why don't you meet your burden to show that they shouldn't be there?
Why is he standing for this?
So it's like, without getting into specifics about what things the state can do, having this parallel track on the two cases means that
we know
things
why.
that happen in one impact the other, and timelines in one can impact the other, and the state uses that leverage in both cases at the same time. They know you want your kids back. They also know that anything that you say to them in the one case can be used against you in a criminal case, and they're looking for a conviction. So those two things are sort of adverse interests for me, and they're parallel and contributing interests to the state. So that's to their advantage. And
this doesn't make any sense. That would make sense if like the lab got commissions for every person that got convicted. That's not reality though, to my understanding.
Deal with it, and
they get paid either way.
That's why you.
The outcome of the test doesn't matter. Like, to my understanding, what to understand, all they do is just test the sample. They don't even get the name or identity of the person who the sample is from. We're just supposed to believe that Rekieta's sample was specifically identified because he's like a toxic style individual. I don't believe it. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't. Simple as. I did my first 25 floors last time, also at the final area, flying right through the game. Yeah, that's not that long. It was a handheld game, and those do tend to be shorter. Oh god, I was like wondering why this dude wasn't coming along. Where's Pinky at? Pinky? Oh, he's up there in room B. What's he doing? Ow. Oh, I need hearts or I'm gonna eat it! Eat it! Okay, we got one heart. Uno. They have more incentives to fake non-positive, so they might retest the same person multiple times, get paid for each. Yeah, think about it, like just put some thought into it. Rekieta's theory makes no sense. It only makes sense from a surface level. Where you believe that Rekieta is actually getting like prosecuted and felted by federal agents. People in suits. People that take you to the loony bin. It's just not reality. Yeah, they don't know who they're testing. Their job is to test it, not to know who they're testing. Well, that seems to be the last of the clips that Alyssa has. You basically get the gist of it. We don't need the long version that won't even fucking play to begin with. Ralph is slurring his words and shit. And they'll probably put out even more clips within the coming hours here. I do owe this video though, so we're gonna do a bit of a segue from Rekieta. Think of it as a palate cleanser. We got the Sin Cells here representing. Shadow of the Erdtree is overrated. What? Let's find out why.
The vow will be honored.
and my lord
This can't be happening, you guys.
so that he may be my consort.
The trolls told me it was based.
Even in the cutscene, they're like, yes, I'm hella gay for my big bro. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree. This has to be the review I was dreading
Yeah, sure, we're gonna have to fight Incidental on this.
Not because I hated Elden Ring. I still gave it Game of the Year despite not thinking it was a masterpiece and that From Software
Yeah, see, look, Trolls, you liked it.
this time. And I'm honestly just starting to think these games really aren't all that fun anymore. But at the end of the day, I thought it was
Junior
a
over
pretty
here.
well-made game. Certainly had some flaws, namely the repeat bosses. That was a huge one. I also think the Dark Souls core mechanics are just getting stale, and that game desperately needed either the parry system from Sekiro or the quick step and rally system of Bloodborne. Instead, we just got Dark Souls 3 mechanics again, but you can ride a horse, and the weapon arts are way over the top, some completely broken, and of course, arguably the most controversial mechanic, the Spirit Ashes, or really just Mimic Tier, which was by far the most powerful one. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think I definitely enjoyed Elden Ring. I'm sure I'll say it multiple more times this review, but I did.
I like the game, you guys. I didn't hate it, right?
But I think it was also
Why do you guys think I didn't like it?
Making that video that I was kind of just done with Souls-likes. Every time people ask me to review a Souls-like game not made by From, I am incredibly hesitant to do so. Not just because they're usually not as good as From Software's games, but this style of gameplay just doesn't appeal that much to me anymore. I've been saying it for years now. Hard does not mean good. I genuinely
That's
think
fair. Like,
all
is that
modern
not a
Souls
fair
fans
critique
are
there?
masochists. They're the type of people who can't have fun with a video game if it isn't challenging. And since the Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC at the time of recording this has mixed reviews on Steam because people have a lot of legitimate complaints, not even just about the difficulty, but also just the balance of the game overall around this new blessing system and the fact that the open world is way too big for the very shallow amount of content, especially compared to the base game. No, all of that is being ignored and people are still saying the same tired meme line, skill issue. I think there's a famous Reggie Fils-Aimé quote that sort of just sums up my feeling toward
yes,
Souls
I think I know which one he's
games
gonna
at
use.
this point.
If it's not fun, why bother?
Yep.
And look, I'm not trying to argue that you aren't
Is he
having
wrong,
fun
though?
with the DLC, though. I think some of you legitimately aren't.
What's the
and are trying to
alternative? The
convince
one where
yourself that
Neil
you are.
Cuckman says we don't use the word fun over here at Naughty Dog.
There's definitely a...
Why bother?
And look, I'm not trying to argue that you aren't having fun with the DLC, though. I think some of you legitimately aren't and are trying to convince yourself that you are.
Exactly.
There's definitely a group of people that want to play ball-bustingly hard games. But there also seems to be this narrative that anybody who doesn't agree with that is a tourist to this series. Well, let me tell you, there's a very good chance I've been enjoying these games longer than you have. I played Dark Souls 1 the week of release back in 2011. And I went on to play
Literally,
Demon
so did
Souls
Phil.
not too long afterward.
You want to hear why people call him DSP Junior? Listen to
Enjoying
this.
these games longer than you have. I played Dark Souls 1 the week of release back in 2011, and I went on to play Demon Souls not too long afterward. And
That's
I love
DSP's
those
story
games.
too.
I love Bloodborne too. But honestly, the mechanics have just kind of gotten tiring to me. So you need to keep that in mind with this review.
Hold up.
And I'm
I
going to
love
try my best
talkies.
to explain
Get
my
off.
issues with the difficulty of modern From Software boss design. So yes, I'm already rambling
your
off
bike with
topic,
that.
but I don't think Elden Ring really needs a proper introduction here. We've all played this game. It's essentially normie tier. It sold over 20 million copies. And honestly, it's not really an accomplishment to beat the game either. Elden Ring is arguably the hardest Souls game yet, but only if you play it fair. The thing is, there's no
What do you mean
reason
by that?
to play it fairly.
No, DSP was arguing this week that if the mechanic exists in the game, then it's totally fair and viable and honest to use it. Outside of just like outright hacking the game, I think he said. Like that was the only thing that made it like your run didn't count.
There's so many ways to break the
Famous
game.
line.
The easiest one obviously being Mimic Tier, but there's also quite a few powerful spells. There's Bleed and Frostbite. Scarlet Rot lasts practically forever. Comet Azor could melt boss health bars in a matter of seconds. There were so many ways to trivialize the game, and I feel like it was intentional on some level, but Souls fans being elitists, of course, have to say you're bad at the game if you use use any of the tools in the game to win. No, you
Yeah,
have
of course
to
you get burned out
press
fast. They're
circle
hot
at the
flavored.
right time and the right direction for that matter, and then poke with your straight sword R1 once every 10 seconds and repeat for a 5-minute or longer boss fight. But who the hell wants to do that? It's one thing to memorize the boss's movesets that have become increasingly more complex with shorter windows to counterattack in between their massive combos. But it's another to restrict me to having to use the most basic tools when the game clearly intends for you to use the overpowered Ashes of War spells. Maybe not Mimic Tier.
People won't know
though,
stuff with
given
specific
that
weapons or
even
spells if they
after
don't look
being
it up.
nerfed
I don't think that's
multiple
necessarily
times, Mimic Tier
true.
is still completely busted. I have to wonder if that's intentional.
Why can't you just
as
like
well.
fuck around,
I'll admit,
experiment
when I
in the
was a
game, and like
teenager,
stumble
I
on
did
stuff
have a
yourself?
sort of elitism over beating Dark Souls without spamming sorceries or pyromancy or summoning your friends. These days I don't really care, maybe just because I'm getting older and I just want to have fun playing games. But I also just think that the boss fights are not really designed to be fair anyway. I will use every goddamn cheese tactic. If you think even for a fucking second that I have an ounce of shame about it, wrong. Fucking
Guess
wrong.
what?
I do not care.
Wrong.
If there was a double Mimic Tier, I'd use it. If there was a triple Mimic Tier, I'd use it. If there was a fucking quadruple one,
at least he's honest about it.
Fucking be the first one line to use it. Yeah, I figure I might as well start talking specifics about Shadow of the Erdtree. As any of you have noticed if you've played the DLC, enemies do an insane amount of damage now, and the excuse for this
Just
is
steady,
the new
you're waiting for
mechanic,
someone to
the
revive me.
Shadow Tree Blessings. You pick up these fragments scattered around the world and you use them to buff your attack and defense in the DLC. And on paper, this was actually a really good idea because From Software figured you're probably not going to want to play the game again considering it's so long before the DLC release. So even if you're on New Game Plus, New Game Plus 3, New Game Plus 5, it doesn't matter because the DLC is scaled differently from everything else. It just flattens your level. Everything is based on these blessings that you find. Now, this doesn't completely eliminate level advantage. You actually
Have I
still
seen
get a
Synthetic's
massive
mom?
advantage for
I
being
think she
a higher
popped up on
level,
stream once
just
or
because
twice.
it allows you to equip whatever
I forget
OP
what she looks
weapon
like, but
or
I want to say
incantation
I
or
was
sorcery that
existing
you want.
watching a live stream of his when she popped up.
This DLC under-leveled because I actually decided to play through the game again so I could get warmed up, so I could get a good
second
feel
run.
for if this was a significant difficulty jump over the main game, which it absolutely is for the most part. I'd still say Melania is either as difficult or more difficult than a lot of the bosses in this DLC. But the base game of Elden Ring was a lot easier than I remembered, probably because I stopped trying to play it fairly by the tryhard's definition. I actually used everything that was at my disposal, and so I beat most of the bosses on the first try in my second run. And instead of finishing the game again because I procrastinated, I didn't quite have enough time, so I wasn't done by the game's release. Instead, I just did Vare's questline to get to Moog and used the
Oh, you
item
didn't
you
finish
find
the
in
game before the
sewers to
review? What do you
stun
got
him.
to
So I
do?
entered the DLC at level 107 about. And so some of my initial difficulties with this DLC were my own fault because I wasn't completely prepared. But after streaming it for the first time, I did grab basically everything else I needed, all the flask upgrades, etc., etc. And so I could more objectively analyze some of the issues with the challenge in this DLC. Let's start off by going back to the Shadow Tree Blessings. So my main problem with these, again, is not the concept, but the execution. For some reason, From Software balanced the difficulty of the enemies
From
in this
Software
DLC
fucked it up
around you
again.
finding as
What a
many of
shock,
these as
right?
possible. And of course, the day after I record this segment, From Software releases an emergency patch that buffed the Shadow Tree Blessings. So I imagine the DLC is now at least a little bit easier. They basically made it so the first few blessings you get have a much higher impact on your attack and defense, and then that effect tapers off as you get more and more. That said, I'd say this is more of a band-aid fix than anything,
Big up Cypher
as I'll go
710.
into later.
I was saying
Although
happy
the
4th of
insane amount
Eric
damage
July.
you could take certainly affected the difficulty
Because we
of these
were
bosses,
watching
making it much harder.
the Rekieta and Ethan Ralph interview. And we had the funny news segment. We went over all the updates there with Rekieta. Stuff with BossmanJack getting arrested. It's been a hootenanny of a stream. And now we're chilling with Synthetic Man and some Luigi chill too. Yeah, welcome in. Happy 4th of July.
To learn their movesets, since there's a much smaller margin for error, so it's really hard to actually learn their patterns if you're dying so quickly. I still think that the boss's movesets themselves and just the general lack of any unique, interesting gimmicks is a bigger problem, as I'll go into later. But yeah, to not go into too much.
He deletes bot comments and excessively annoying liberal comments. He started doing that as recently as his Fallout TV review. Which Reddit was not a fan of, but Reddit's not a fan of him in general.
Further unnecessary detail. The point is you want to pick up as many of these blessings as possible to make the game easier on yourself, right? So how do you get these blessings? Well, there's not a whole lot of rhyme or reason to where you find them. Two of the locations do make a lot of sense. You find leftover pieces of Mikola, and you can also find them in churches, much like you would the sacred tears from the main game. So those both make sense. But for some reason, a lot of them you just kind of find in random places, like a random shadow human with a pot on his head will have one, or the mini versions of the hippo rhino boss. Each one of those drops one. There's even a few random corpses that can have a shadow tree fragment, which is absurd given that the vast majority of them have useless crap like crafting materials or cookbooks that give you more crafting recipes. God, I fucking hate crafting. I'm not going to talk about that in this video though. Let's just say it dilutes the pool to a severe degree, which makes you not really want to go out and explore and find these fragments in the first place. And so on the one hand, this definitely encourages exploration, but on the other hand, the world is way more empty than the base game. We're talking about Liurnia tier. I guess From Software listened to all of the criticisms about the dungeons feeling very copy-paste from the main game, and so they removed about 80%
they listened to the dungeons and just gave you more overworld traveling. No wonder DSP was whining.
Much smaller to accommodate this reduction in cool locations to explore. There are a lot of parts of this new map where you'll just be riding your horse for 5 straight minutes without finding something cool. I mean, yeah, you'll still find like the random 20th Drake mini boss. Yeah, they still didn't fix the reused enemy problem from the main game. There's still Drakes, there's still tree sentinels, and a lot of the basic enemy types are reused too, like rats. So because the sandbox is so big, despite being pretty shallow in terms of content,
well, they need to make a variation of the rats now.
Still worthless too. We're
rats
talking
are everywhere,
more
all around
crafting
us.
Materials. You still find smithing stones and grave warts everywhere. This is gonna push you to looking for a guide online to just find where every Shadja tree fragment is. I mean, why wouldn't you? It's the only item that is guaranteed to make a difference in your playthrough. Yes, you can find some of the new cool weapons, which honestly are a pretty mixed bag. I mean, a lot of them feel like they're purely designed either for meme purposes, like the martial arts fists, or for PvP. Not a lot of them are actually that much greater than base game weapons in PvE, especially not for bosses. I still ended up using the Blasphemous Blade for most of my playthrough. And look, I know Zoomers don't exactly have the same gaming etiquette as millennials, but it used to be considered cheating if you looked up a guide online. And yeah, I feel like it's become so commonplace to just copy whatever OP build your favorite YouTubers using, and to just look up where every sacred tier, golden seed, whatever OP weapon or spell you're using, and now the shadow tree blessings. And the funny thing is, I don't even blame you. I've joined you a long time ago now. So yeah, I feel like I don't even have to go into specifics about why this particular enemy is hard or this boss is hard, when the core reason that every enemy feels overtuned in this DLC is because of this inherently flawed mechanic. On paper, it rewards exploration. In reality, everyone's just going to use a guide. Now let's talk about the open world and the legacy dungeons. Like I already said, the open world is way more empty than the base game, and there's no excuse for this. I have had people try and cope and say that it is fun to wander around a giant empty wasteland.
What, you're like wandering around an open world?
Previous point that most of the exploration is not rewarding, you have a serious problem. I have rarely ever felt bored when playing a Souls game. Shadow of the Erd Tree was boring about half of the time. I will say this though, some of the areas do look pretty cool.
FromSoft, you lost your fucking touch.
Peak you have to scale to fight Baal the Dread. That was actually a pretty keynote moment. I would say most of the biomes look diverse enough that at least they're pleasing to the eye, but in terms of gameplay, they're really just kind of dull. As for the actual dungeons themselves, like I said, there's far fewer of them, but the upside is they're not completely copy-paste. All of them have some kind of gimmick. One focused around these malformed flesh masses that are inside of the living jar enemies you fight all throughout the main game. There was one focused on these giant ceiling traps, including one that you could jump inside and run across the ceiling, which I thought was pretty cool. And another even featured a giant version of the new gargoyle cannon enemy type, which fired at you as you ran across this floor. But I don't think the increase in quality really justifies the lack of dungeons.
The little gargoyle cannon there.
To make this DLC and made a massive map, and there's only a handful of the generic dungeons.
Yeah, it's only
weird
2
because
years.
I feel like
You know
my
how long it
criticism
takes to
of
make
the base
modern
game is the
games.
complete opposite. There's way too many copy-paste dungeons that reminded me of Chalice dungeons from Bloodborne, but now there's too few. Now for the legacy dungeons, these are supposed to be the star of the show, the most memorable part of these games outside of the boss fights, and From Software dropped the ball here too. Every single one of them is just going to remind you of a dungeon from one of the other games, and they're only done worse here. The first one is just a shittier version of the Lanedell Royal Capital. The second one is just a generic fort area I honestly have basically completely forgotten. The third one will no doubt remind you a lot of the Dark Souls 3 library area. They probably reused a lot of assets for it. Even draining the water to go into the courtyard is a reused idea from Dark Souls 1, New Londo to be specific.
Wait, you can only do that once per franchise?
Enjoys the dungeon crawling aspect
Draining
of
the
these
water is
games,
exclusive
I
to
feel
Dark
like
Souls
From
1?
Software is just going through the motions when designing these. There aren't even that many Miyazaki traps anymore. There sure as hell is no equivalent of Sen's Fortress. And look, I know a lot of people didn't like Sen's Fortress, mainly for the jankness. I think the idea of having a dungeon with a lot of cool, unique traps makes for an awesome legacy dungeon. Even something like Blighttown, which is kind of universally reviled, to me is like 10 times more memorable than anything from this DLC. And there are some areas that are just flat out bad. I know some of you probably want me to mention the Abyssal Woods, where they added a fucking stealth segment to a Souls game. Yes, you have to go stealth to dodge these madness eyeball guys, which just slows the game down to a crawl because you can't use your horse here. And the worst part is this area is no smaller than the rest of the area.
Dark Souls 2 had the best world because it had so many options, but it didn't feel empty. Final Dungeons DLC sucked. It was so boring.
Dudes, it just
I don't know nothing about these FromSoft games,
What the
dude.
hell were they thinking? So to sum it up, I really think From Software dropped the ball with the sandbox.
But I do know
in
that they
this
dropped the
DLC.
ball. Thanks
The
to this
size
guy.
should be cut in half, since 2 years apparently wasn't enough to give it enough worthwhile content. But okay, I've rambled enough about the open world. Let's talk about the thing that I'm sure everyone wanted me to talk about, especially so they could spam "Skew in the comments. The boss fights. Yeah, they fucking suck. I'm just gonna say it. Infamously, a lot of people got triggered when I said I prefer Demon Souls bosses to modern From Software boss design, because every Demon Souls boss is unique and memorable. Were they easy? For the most part, yes, outside of Flame Lurker and False King Allant. But by modern Souls standards, they're complete pushovers.
Swollen
But my
Dingus
other
Realm.
argument
I'm
is
in there
that
right now.
I don't really care if the bosses are hard, the game should be fun. And yes, I'm sure you find banging your head against a wall repeatedly fun, but I don't, at least not anymore. My problem with the bosses
quick
in
run
this
for water
DLC are not that they're harder than what's come before, it's why they're harder than what's come before. Let's start off with the very first boss you're likely to fight, the Divine Beast Dancing Lion. Essentially a Chinese parade float that shoots elemental blasts all over the arena. The reason why this guy is hard is because 1, he has giant fucking hitboxes that can hit you from halfway across the arena, so your positioning basically doesn't even matter. 2, that he's gonna kill you in 2 or 3 hits with every single attack. 3, his second phase gives him a lightning aura, which causes lightning bolts to strike around his body until he switches elements. This means that every time you try to punish him after his combos, you're gonna get hit with a random lightning bolt and likely die in the follow-up hits. And 4, arguably the worst thing, the camera is fucked in this fight. The amount of times where it zoomed in past my character so I couldn't even see myself, that alone probably got me killed 2 or 3 times. I don't know how the hell From Software still can't figure out how to do a camera in a third-person action game. But goddamn is it infuriating even if it kills you just once. This boss just has an inherent cheapness.
Alright, unless you take the review in like the 10 seconds that I stepped away, I think he's doing a good job so far. Let's hope he doesn't talk about the story so we can force some cuck memes or something.
Some of his attacks are just flat out ridiculous. Like the hitbox is his entire body. Or when he does his spinning breath attack, that is one of the very few attacks in the game that can hit you when you're knocked on the ground. Normally you're invincible to almost anything. That attack can actually kill you.
It's timeout when I'm on the ground,
and the lightning aura around him in his second form is just one of those mechanics that makes you not want to play the game fairly. I don't really care if you consider mimic tiered game journalist mode. Spirit Ashes actually got soft nerfed in this DLC. A lot of the bosses seem to change their aggro as soon as you hit them. So even though the Spirit Ashes can buy you a little time to heal or maybe get a cheeky spell cast in, the boss can literally change who they're attacking in the middle of the combo and completely catch you off guard. That definitely got me killed several times in this DLC. If I didn't use Mimic Tier, I would just use a Great Shield and poke him. That seems to be what the streamers are doing. If you watch my very last stream, you'll know that there's something even more powerful than Mimic Tier in here, which I promise you we'll get to in a second. But my point is, I feel no shame using all of these exploits when the bosses are just not fun to fight. Let's talk about another cheap boss, Rolana, the magical double sword knight, who might as well be the new Melania. She attacks with super fast combos over and over again. She uses a bunch of magic attacks. She's got sword swings that can hit almost the entire fucking arena. And look, it's not like she's undodgeable by any stretch. I've seen people use the Backblades weapon art to just dash behind her like it's Bloodborne. No, honestly, my biggest problem with the fight is right at the end. She has a desperation attack where she summons 2 giant moons, which, unlike the Renala fight from the main game, Rolana sends the moons into the ground, which creates a giant shockwave that you must jump over to dodge, because she does 3 of them. And if you get hit by the first wave, you die instantly. This is the type of attack that only exists for trial and error gameplay purposes. It just kills you because it's Dark Souls and you're supposed to die,
why is this here? Like, what does it serve? What is that? What does it have to do with the rest of the game?
I jumped the first 2 waves, got hit by the third, but still, I had time to heal. It's just a surprise attack to bullshit you, to make you rage, to create a streamer moment for people's enjoyment. And man, I don't want to even get started on the boss's giant multi-hit combos with tiny little moments of vulnerability in between. I mean, you know how it is by now. This is even worse, obviously. Mesmer was a great example where he has these super ultimate flashy attacks that are actually not as hard to dodge as they seem, but they are delayed just enough to roll punish you, which is certainly a thing that almost every enemy does in this DLC. If you spam roll, you're gonna get hit, which honestly is definitely not bad game design. It makes
I don't know what's going on in the Elden Ring playthrough. That's the playthrough he's telling us is doing good, but the one he actually plays it, he talks about how last stream was bad. Where was the organic support and feedback and discussion?
To press circle at the right time, and then you get to poke him one time with R1. Woo! 2? Wow, how fun. And I'm supposed to jizz myself when I finally beat him after 40 tries. Or you could go journo mode and just equip a great shield and block
Depressed
everything.
Coomer moment.
Then it doesn't even matter what the fucking attacks are. You block it all the same. I will take Demon Souls style gimmick bosses any fucking day over roll spam, super cutscene epic moves that all the bosses get to do, while I'm stuck with bullshit that is either incredibly boring or cinematic stuff that only works on normal enemies because the bosses just super armor through it. How the fuck is it that Stellar Blade, a Korean Coomer game, at least gave you cool moves that worked against bosses that you could actually stagger them with, so you had a reason to use them? Seriously, all of these boss fights are the same. The only thing that distinguishes them from one another is when you're supposed to press circle, or sometimes you can jump out of the way. Wow, how revolutionary. This is slop. Straight up soul slop. And you can't even say skill issue at this point because you have no way to prove to me that you actually played the game fairly, that you didn't exploit bleed, frost, mimic tear, fucking
Record it?
perfume.
I mean,
you want to know what the most broken
you really want
thing
to prove
in
your
this
point?
DLC
Record it
is?
and then show
Not
them?
mimic tear. It's not Blasphemous Blade.
So we cannot talk
It's
about
not
it on the
Rivers
next episode of the show?
Blood or Sword of Night and Flame or any particular spell or incantation. No, it's a goddamn
No, we've been looking at it for
perfume
months,
bottle.
Mr. Lion, yeah. They're all like that. That's what gets views.
Wowie zowie, that was hard. Damn. Damn, guys, I almost died. Wow. Elden Ring sure is hard. If you're someone like me who maybe just isn't good enough to beat this stuff the right way, or you refuse to use a great shield for whatever reason, don't worry, I have a solution for you. Just find the lightning perfume bottle, get the Rolling Sparks Ash of War, then just equip the Perfumer's Talisman and the Shard of Alexander, buff your lightning damage with your mixed potion, and now all you have to do is walk up to a boss, aim at the ground, press L2 and be fucking blown away at the sheer damage numbers. Now, some of you may be asking, why does this do so much damage? Well, it's supposed to shoot a bunch of explosions in a straight line, but those explosions follow wherever you aim the camera. So if you aim
Why
at
does
the
it do
ground,
so much
all
damage?
the explosions hit the same place, doing an absolute insane amount of damage. I have no doubts in my mind that the first major patch for this DLC will nerf this thing, because there's no way it's intentional that it does a third of a boss's health bar per hit. So I ended up beating the second half of the bosses in 1 to 3 tries, including the supposed hardest Souls boss of all time, which I'll never know if he really is, because yeah, I even cheesed Radon with this thing. And look, am I gonna claim I earned my victory, that I'm a god at Souls games? Hell no, of course not.
No.
But like I said, I just wasn't
I'm not a
having
god. I
fun
never was. I
anymore.
never said I
These games
was.
have
I never
completely
claimed
lost
to
the
be.
plot. They've gone way off the deep end with the prepare to die shit. The mechanics can't support the complexity of the boss fights. Again,
All right,
it's
last floor
absolutely
coming up.
possible to do no-hit runs to these bosses.
Watch
But
everyone
is
drop.
it worth dying 100 fucking times to learn the boss's moveset? I saved myself hours of frustration by using this perfume bottle. It might have not been satisfying or rewarding on any level to beat these bosses without really trying, but it was unironically more fun to me than the alternative. So yes, I've talked a lot of shit about the bosses. Were there at least bosses I liked? Well, there were 2 main bosses that I thought were pretty well designed. The first being Bale the Dread, who is of course the giant dragon boss of this DLC. I thought his design was kind of cool. He's a fat wyvern ass dragon missing one of his legs. I don't know how the hell he manages to hop around the arena at such speed with just one leg, but that's just modern Souls design for you. Nothing giant can move slow anymore, because then the player would just DPS them to death in 10 seconds. And so while yes, he does just kind of attack like a lot of other modern Souls bosses with the giant cinematic combos and huge hitboxes, and there were 2 things I really liked that saved this boss. The first thing being the NPC summon Egon, who's essentially Captain Ahab. He needs to get his revenge on Bale. And every time you summon him in the arena, he gives this gigantic speech.
Not before I
which
collapse,
is
dude.
just so fucking over the top.
Curse you, Bale!
Accept them up.
I I hereby.
Ladies and gentlemen, we did it!
This day.
Alright, shut up, boss man. You've reached the top floor in rush mode. Yeah, my invoice will be in the mail. Thank you, Nintendo. It only took, wow, an hour. It's actually longer than Hunter. Hunter was like 48 minutes. Wow, I was like the biggest contributor on my team, man. And a 500G bonus. Reggie gotta pay what he owes. Oh yeah, it was is gonna say I unlocked the difficulty. We'll see. Got some new ghosts. Whoa, a yellow guy. A yellow fat guy. Not too many varieties discovered. There's that watermelon one, but I already had them logged. Alright, there we go. Endless rush mode. It's missing a Polter Pup mode.
Behold, a true Drake warrior, and I, Egon, your fears made flesh.
This guy's got a very bombastic voice about him. If I was a boss in one of these games, I'd be talking like this. Stunting on you during the fight.
With every last drop of my being.
And the second thing being the Dragon Priest chick who you can find who gives you a buff to reduce damage from all sources, which is obviously meant to be used against Bale. So there was a specific gimmick for this boss. And his huge cinematic desperation attack was pretty cool and not too hard to dodge, even if I did fuck it up a couple times. So yeah, I ended up enjoying the boss. And the other one I liked was the Shadow Tree avatar, basically a giant sunflower. And its unique gimmick is that you need to hit it in the face, which is its weak spot. It actually has pretty low health, but you have to take it out 3 times to fully defeat it. And generally, I thought this boss is pretty well designed because all of his attacks were well telegraphed and easy to understand after getting hit by them a few times. And he didn't do any giant sweeping combos. And as he progressed through each phase, they were only marginally more difficult than the last. It felt like a genuinely well thought out boss design, like some of the best Dark Souls 3 bosses. And the boss weapon you get from its remembrance is pretty cool. It's a giant sunflower that you use as a club. So yeah, I didn't think all of the bosses were bad. Even a lot of the ones that I thought weren't that good didn't like enrage me. I think after a while the Stockholm Syndrome really starts to set in with these From games and you just get used to the bullshit. It doesn't really piss me off that much anymore. If you search through the streams, you're not going to find a whole lot of streamer rage moments. But I definitely, without a doubt, prefer the old Demon Souls and to a lesser extent Dark Souls 1 boss design, where every single boss was memorable, not because of some stupid bullshit over-the-top cinematic cutscene. I can agree with that. I think I prefer bosses to be like that too. They had a unique gimmick that changed how you fought the boss. A little bit more thinking, a little puzzly, little puzzle boss, if you will. Same way. Now, before I go to the conclusion, there is one last thing I want to talk about that normally I wouldn't, because I don't really care about lore in Souls games anymore.
Oh no, he is going to complain about the story. Okay, maybe it's justified complaint.
Forgive me.
I ask you, forgive me.
Oh my.
Dearest Nanai.
God damn it. But I do want to talk about the story of this DLC really quick. So some of you might remember Mikola,
allow me to
aka
explain.
Melania's brother, the femboy who everyone loves for being the only good child in America's family. Well, of course, this being a From Software game, he's actually evil, and not just any type of evil. He's supposed to be a Griffith analog, and if you know anything about Berserk, you know that From Software references it a million times in their games. So Mikola has been using his mind control powers to basically make everyone love him. He wants to ascend to be a god. That's not really a problem. What is a problem is that he's not just a femboy, he wants to have gay incestuous sex with his older brother Radahn, and because you killed him in the main game and you also killed Moog, he uses Moog's body and infuses it with Radahn's soul, and now they're gay lovers for eternity. But it gets worse. Radahn
Gay incestuous
isn't gay,
lovers?
or at the very least he didn't want
do you
to
say
be
here?
his brother's
As long as you're not
consort.
gay- as long as
the
you're happy.
background behind the cool opening movie that everyone's seen where Melania fights Radahn is that Mikola made his sister go fight Radahn to like knock some sense into him so that he would have gay sex with his brother. Holy shit, what the fuck is this lore, dude?
You just need to have a high
video
IQ.
games anymore. I've seen some people try and blame this on George R.R. Martin, but has everyone just forgotten about Gwendolyn from Dark Souls? So I wouldn't be surprised if this is essentially Miyazaki's slash fiction between Guts and Griffith. And look, I obviously hesitate to call this DLC woke, but I am noticing From Software including more and more left-wing content into their games, whether it's the sheer number of girl bosses. Yeah, there's a lot more strong female knight characters in this DLC. There's also the Two Fingers priest dude Ymir, who once you kill the Mother of Fingers in his basement, he becomes the mother. A man becomes a mother, and they don't try to explain it, and it sounds like pure gross autogynephiliac fetish content. And I killed him in 2 hits just to completely ignore
that could just be his
bullshit.
goon brain speaking. I don't know about that.
Am I completely schizo for pointing out that this DLC released in Pride Month and has all of this gay content, or at least gay-aligned content
a little
in it?
bit.
And I feel like the icing on top of this
I wasn't thinking about
DLC is
this
that the
shit.
final
But,
cutscene
I
is a
didn't play the game, to be fair.
flashback to Mikola talking about his brother like it's some kind of romantic thing and we should feel sorry for him. The Elden Ring lore is a clown show at this
Elden
point.
Ringers,
Oh, and how
eat
could I
the
forget
call.
the most ridiculous part about Mikola is that he can actually turn your character gay. Thankfully, it didn't happen to me because of the extreme levels of cheese I was employing. But if Radahn
Carl
grabs
must have
your
gotten that
character
ending.
twice, he auto kills you and gives you a unique death message.
Streamer moment.
So are all the Souls fans who mindlessly
they're gonna,
repeat
like,
skill
screen cap
issues
that on
secretly
Twitter.
gay? I'll let you decide. So in conclusion, should you buy Shadow of the Erd Tree? I would say wait for a sale. And the main reason for that is not because of the super
You guys
hard
know Elden
bosses,
Ring is
though
still
I do
$60,
suspect
right?
that this emergency patch to
that's
buff
ridiculous.
the blessings is only the first of a larger patch that will likely rebalance some of these less fair bosses. I'm sure there will be a lot of tryhards who complain about it, but mixed reviews on Steam is pretty rare for an objectively well-made game, even if it is a DLC for an existing game. But honestly, that's only my second biggest problem with the DLC. My biggest one is that the open world just kind of fucking sucks. I mean, there's almost nothing in it, man, and half of the loot you find sucks dick, which I know
That's pretty
isn't
fair. I mean,
too
if you give
far off
Ubisoft
from
shit
the
for that,
Elden
I
Ring
think it's
base
fair to
game.
give
And I've
FromSoft
seen
shit
it's
for that.
fun is a good thing that you find so many smithing stones and grave warts, but if you're supposed to
Same
go into
thing
this
for
DLC
Nintendo and
with
Zelda.
a beat-in-game save file, then you can already just buy all of the stone fragments you'd ever need except for the ancient ones. And the ancient ones you get by killing the same dragon boss you killed 20 fucking times in the main game. Why the hell are there still repeat bosses? They had 2 years. And what did they do with it? They made a giant empty sandbox and made a bunch of bullshit bosses. I don't know, man. I know Zoomers are gonna spin this as like the greatest DLC of all time, but I honestly think Artorias the Abyss and the Ring City and Old Hunters are all better than this. Is it terrible? No. Honestly, I still think I got my money's worth to some degree, even though I don't really like Souls-likes that much anymore. Just the fact that I was willing to basically,
I mean, Rekieta said it was the best DLC of all time ever, period, point blank.
I know some of you guys are gonna say, well, you didn't really earn your victory, you didn't really master the boss, but personally, I never cared about that. There seems to be this revisionist history that all old Souls fans only like the games because they were hard. Again, I want to remind you, I've been playing this series since Dark Souls 1 came out in 2011. Although I enjoyed the challenge of Dark Souls, what I enjoyed far more was having to learn a new type of game. Dark Souls being hard was not the only reason it was considered one of the greatest games ever made. It was considered so because of its amazing world design, the memorable lore and characters, that feeling of learning an entire new game subgenre, even if Demon's Souls released 2 years prior. Dark Souls is truly a flawed masterpiece. The last third of the game is obviously not as good as the first 2/3, but from beginning all the way up until you beating Ornstein and Smo is one of the greatest experiences I have ever had playing video games. Elden Ring is nowhere close to that. Again, it feels like the series has been flanderized. They took one aspect of it, the difficulty, and cranked that up to the max.
But where's the
everything else
soul?
is worse
Where's
than
the
older
charm?
games. Learning the specific bosses' movesets has never
But it's
been
more
one of the
franchises than
major
just,
appeals of
you know,
Souls
Souls.
games to me. If anything, it's the opposite. It's drained my enjoyment of these games. I don't think I would even consider myself a fan of Souls-likes anymore. And look, I know this doesn't sound like a very synthetic
overboard
thing
there.
to say, but I really have no problem.
I mean, this part's
if you
subjective,
like this
but I
DLC.
like, he's
I
not
do
the
have a
first time,
problem if
he's
you
not the
say
first person
retarded
I've
shit like
seen
skill
argue
issue
stuff like
or
this,
that
right? You know, as a person on the outside looking in, the occasional Soulsborne conversation I stumble across on like 4chan and shit, or Twitter, you know? It's not the first time I've seen someone like him say something like this.
Software is gatekeeping anybody by making the
It's
game
always Dark
hard.
Souls 1 they
I
go
wanna
back
remind
to
you
as
the
well.
Elden Ring base game sold over 20 million copies. It is a normie tier game. It's too late to gatekeep. They are already fans now, and I guarantee you they outnumber you. I remember when we all teamed up in jolly cooperation. People were happy to be summons to help other people beat bosses. Now, if you can't beat the boss with a fucking straight sword and no enchantments and no spells, rolling through every attack perfectly, you have a fucking skill issue. It's a video game. Nobody cares, you brain-dead Zoomer NPC.
Wow! What an ending! Ultimately, yeah, I mean, the story, you kind of reading too much into it, the story and the lore. I think it was funny how he packaged it and presented it. That was a pretty good one. Above average for Synthetic Man. I had that cooking in the watch list for a minute. It wasn't a bad one. I think he just expressed himself as best he could about how he feels about Souls games now. Yeah, no one cares, you fucking mouth-drilling morons. Alright, in the interest of time and the fact that I'm already getting a bit sleepy, you guys, I think I'll just do a mission. We'll pick it up later. This factory once produced the world's finest clocks and time measurement devices. Your watch probably comes from here, and you don't even know it. We have a timely entrance. Good news, Luigi. I've located the next Dark Moon piece. It's at the top of the clock tower. All you gotta do is mosey on up there and get it. What could go wrong? You see that, Luigi? That's where the next Dark Moon piece is. The old clockworks. Before it was abandoned, this place once produced the finest timepieces ever made. But years of neglect have turned it into a favorite haunt for ghosts. So it wasn't surprising when the periscope detected a Dark Moon piece inside the old clockworks. And after tuning the periscope a little more, I was actually able to pinpoint its precise location. The top of the clock tower. Now you see this fancy looking door? That's the clock tower gate. Big ups, Pimp Lark. You'll need to get through it in order to climb the clock tower. Dual stream map updated. I'm gonna go to floor 1. We know where the dark moon piece is this time, so you won't have to stumble around in the dark. Yep, this'll be a stab, slick as a whistle. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? That usually means something will immediately go wrong. Usually beating it with Donkey Kong bongos. Now, why is it that Melee fans had to campaign to keep the GameCube controller alive? We all understand the DK bongos is where it's at. Okay, so this is like a mix, it's like a marriage between a factory and a desert. Very unique environment we got coming up. Is it even really a mansion? It's as much a mansion as Dick Masterson's house. Oh man. Easy. Give me a gemstone for that. Instant gemstone. Oh, come on. Not good enough for a gemstone. How about this? No? You got like 13 places to hide a gemstone, and this can't be one of them? That was me. Yeah, gotta vacuum up the sand too. You never know what it could be hiding. Me at time bed. Have fun Freedom Day tomorrow. I appreciate it, RU. And hey bud, remember, when mad, it's time chill. Remember chill. Just hoping I can eat good tomorrow. Ah, yes. Get like the fattest dog. Some very hostile ambience we got going on for background noise. Faces and greenies. Just fucking with the gears. Gumming up the works, obviously. Oh, I'm blocked. I'm blocked fast here. I think I overshot that. I overshot it again because I was reading Golem's message. It's where the game peaked for you. Yeah, I like the aesthetic and what the mansion has going on here. The mix of themes too is pretty unique. You don't often see this in a Mario game. Bit early on that. Early, I mean late. There we go. It's the guy. I hear a boo. Huh. It's looking like it zooms in like I'm able to interact with it, but I can't. Alright, I had something going there. Gemstone? No, it's a spider. One of these has to have a gemstone. Okay, first gem. And I'm already... no, second gem. I'm already missing the first one. Yahoo! Big ups on the Luigi moment. Alright, this is more spiders. I'm gonna act like the redness means that it's a gem. Thank you to Chris for the follow. Really appreciate it, man. Whoa, there he is! It's the guy! Computer says, ooh! I know it's speaking in Morse. Was it binary? You know what I mean. The smart guy language. There he is. Alright, time for some beautiful boo abuse. Look at him, look at him, look at him! He's dead! He never had a chance! He never had a chance. There were way too many things for him to pinball off of. Felt it. Yeah, it's the guy. I'm the one existing on Twitch. Me, Ree. A bit tired, but existing here in the wee hours of the 4th of July. More like the 4th of the guy. Just doing some Ouija madness. Watching the Rekieta interview with Ethan Ralph earlier. I think I've had enough Ralph on my plate for one evening. I'm blocked from this way too. Why did I go up here? Was Dave not on yesterday? It was his day off. He didn't want it to be today. Because, groceries, stupid. Think about it. I thought about it, and it didn't make sense, but what do I know? Huh. Oh man, who's in here? What are you doing? They're making bombs. 9/11 again? Pretty good. Too bad I ruined that amazing gag. I ruined the punchline there. No. Fourth of July Dark Side stream. What is he doing tomorrow? Oh. Smiley face coin wall. Find the only one? That was the easiest treasure ever. On my mama, as they say. I can't ascend. Hello. There we go. Bugged stair mechanics. We need the key for that room. What's in here? We're in movements. The internals of the clock tower. Look at all those spiders. Look at all those tabs. Alright, help us out. We knew you were coming in.
Yellow.
Good job, Luigi. I see you made it to the gate. Billowing banshees. The clock hands are missing. Those ghosts sure are clever, but of course the ghosts are up to it. You see the clock hands operate the clock tower gate. The ghosts figured that out, and hid them from us. Incredible! Well, not for us, of course. It's actually pretty terrible. It was like a strong ghost to pry off those clock hands. I'll scan the area for any powerful paranormal signals. Hold tight. I'll let you know when I find something. Hey, cutscene. Saw when the cutscene filters turned on. Nintendo, what are you doing? Nintendo? Ban World? Welcome back, Redrick. I'm already losing. Yeah, that's an L. You almost won yet? Third mansion out of 5. I won't be making much progress tonight because it's already a bit too late, but I figured I'd do one mission. Spent the rest of the time on the stream doing the news. Ah, yes. DSPN. And multiplayer. Well, I think I found our clock thieves. There's a strong signal underground, and I reckon it's them. According to my research, there's a special compass that should help you get down there. It's likely stored somewhere in the drafting office. Check your map and hop to it.
Ciao.
Would be Ree. Big ups on the GPM shuffle. It's gonna help me find this drafting office, certainly. Lord 2? There it is. You can't place a pin on it, so I'll just have to climb up. When you can't go outside, baby boy. And there were some ghosts in there, but I couldn't find them. I didn't know where they were at. Okay, this room, there was this door that headed upward. Dude, it was just open? No key? Excuse me. A gold bone in case we die, which actually does happen in this game. At least it's pretty common in multiplayer. You know, the game you have to rely on your fucking teammates to revive you in? Alright, this is officially Barred Luigi Resort right here. Dude, he loves me! Only ever used the gold bone once, and it was my final enemy. Rushed in the final mansion. Ah, yes. That place leads underground, but it appears to be blocked. We'll find a way down there if it's the last thing we do. Though, I'm really hoping it's not the last thing we do. Didn't I ask you to search the drafting office? Skedaddle! As long as I can find a way over there, idiot. I just want to explore. I don't know what you're talking about. Is that not something I can grab from over here? I need to lower that bridge. It looks like you can go behind a stack of boxes, but you can't. Luigi's bottle too big. Nothing left to do out here. I can't get past that segment. We running Goki when you're done? If he's live? Yeah. I'm kind of vegging out right now. I gassed out hard in the first hour. You know, you try to be a fucking adult, right? And all you want to do is lie down and watch a deer anime with Ian. You don't want to deal with this fucking troll bullshit, right? Oh, how'd I miss that? One more time. Roll of threes. Oh wait, I gotta pull it, don't I? Oh wait, there's another one. Am I missing something? It's not a ladder? It's not like an attic ladder? Okay, we shoot something in here. The only idea I had. It's a great idea, actually. We should come up with more amazing ideas. These don't really have, these designs don't really have that much of a... They don't have a function, as they say. Okay, shooting hoops in the... Shooting hoops in the chutes is not the way to go. Alright, which of you is gonna turn first? Stuck? Yeah, right. I figured it out. Idiot. High chance that that robot could not have solved it. And all he does is just explode. Ah, yes. What a fascinating read, Luigi. Hey, second floor right there. Oh, we got a peephole? It's a yellow toad! Look! He's not a painting. He's not captured. I'm the one! Oh, well, he's dead. Oh no! Yeah, use that shonen power. Use that shonen power to feel you. Feel you? Oh man, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. This is how delirious I am. Feel your ghost catching. Where you at? Where you at? I hear that chuckling. Oh, he's in the ground. How many of those boos are dead toads? Ain't that the old fancy schmancy theory? Before it was the toads were the blocks. And that isn't the manual. But the toads are only the blocks that give you items. They're not the blocks that Mario breaks. They specifically thought to adjust the lore so that that was the case. And Mario's just not like a genocider of toads as he claims to free the Mushroom Kingdom from Bowser's control. Oh, there are gold spiders up here that I probably should not have sucked up. Wasn't there a way to safely... Yeah. I know you get another way, another mechanic to get around that isn't a balloon. I think it's you hang from the gears. Oh god, don't break, don't break, don't break, don't break. I'm sorry! Not sorry for that, though. Whoa, this is exactly where I need to be. And, of course, there are ghosts around. Did you expect anyone else, dude? What are you, some kind of red plumber? Some kind of red Luigi? Wait, no, that's Mario. I mean, some kind of green Mario? Hey, the scientists were storing gold. That hold allocation was allegedly made by... Dude, I'm being delirious again. I'm making comments that don't make sense. I think what it is I think stuff, and then I just blurt it out when it's this late. And... yeah. And then I realized, whoa, wait a minute. I didn't voice the earlier context, so the punchline I'm gonna toss in just doesn't make any sense now. What am I doing? There he goes. I don't remember the opening mission being so long. It's because I'm Stalin. Joseph Stalin. Oh, come on. I mean, what's the mission? Basically, enter the factory, realize what you need to do, leave. That's the mission! No, don't call me. I need to get the gold bars first. Wait, he's not gonna call me till I get the compass. It's a secret curtain here. Keeps all his monies in the wall like a true Chad. Suck that up while we're at it, because I'm evil. Your family's precious treasures will be memorialized forever in the Super Mario Wiki. Let's not collect that yet. Well, we can actually continue onward if we wanted to. Oh, big ups. Smell the boss fight coming up right away.
Hello?
What you got there, son? Ah, that must be the special compass. Now I'll bring you back so I can take a gander at it. Hold on a second. That wasn't too rough. Well, I wish I could have continued on. Like, I could have went to that next room if I wanted to. If I wanted to. 23 minutes. A very delirious 23 minutes, but I made it. I survived. And I got a 1 star for my troubles. I kept losing too much HP. You can be good at games if you wanted to. I need to be awake, first of all. I need to be awake, and I need to say my jokes in full instead of saying the punchline before the setup. And only thinking the setup, and thinking that I set the setup when I had it. Welcome back, Luigi. I really thought getting that Dark Moon piece would be a breeze. Should have known those pesky ghosts wouldn't make it easy for us. Speaking of ghosts, let's unload the Poltergust 5000. No, I don't think we had any new ghosts this time around. We got 1 new gem. Now, I'm not so delirious that I'm not able to go gem hunting. So big ups, me! Oh, I got 2, and the Boo. Oh, that next upgrade, dude, that's forever. That's a foreverness away. Okay, let me see that strange special compass thing.
Here you go.
I'm the one. Well, I'll be. This is really something else. I'm gonna need some time to examine it. Perhaps you'd like to visit the vault in the meantime. Oh, I thought this mission was mission 3, but it's actually mission 2. Underground expedition. The special compass revealed another path to the underground. Let's help those ghosts sit and hide the clock hands too well. Yeah, you do a whole. It's weird. You do like a whole side excavation underground, and you just don't even touch the mansion in this mission. The whole mission, you're not even in the actual mansion itself. You don't really get to explore it till mission 3, 4, and 5. So I wish they could have remade the first one on Switch as a collection with 2. Square Enix can do it with Dragon Quest, and Nintendo can do it with Luigi. Luigi's too good of a brand. Did you know the third one sold 15 million copies? Fuck no, they're not doing a collection. You're buying both of them separately for $60, and you're gonna like it. It's like DSP says. You hear what I say and you like it. Or you get the fuck out of here, right? The reason Metroid was like $40, and in these lesser games sometimes get bundled as collections outside of like a special occasion, like Mario 3D All Stars, where that was like literally 3 games but at a limited time window. Usually it's like the brand value, right? Like, why the fuck would they sell them as a combo pack for $60 when they have the data that shows them that people will be more than happy to buy a singular Luigi's Mansion for $60? If they can do it, they can do it. You know, business sense there. Business sense, the guy without a business degree who makes fun of people who do have business degrees. But from a fan point of view, yeah, that would be totally awesome. Yeah, limited time value, but you get it after the deadline. Thing is, with that one, they overproduced it, thinking that they were going to get ahead of the curve and like overproduce it to get around the scalping. But I think it was that specific thing, that specific game that killed, for the most part, killed the hyper fixation and fascination with Nintendo products and their value. Because people bought stock on that shit, hoping to like move it, and no one really did. Almost as bad as that one image of that lady walking out the store with like 9 Wii U's that she bought in the hopes that she was gonna flip them. Ah, yes, the newest Nintendo product. Surely that's gonna sell bangers. It did not sell bangers. But I'm gonna bang my bed because I gotta go hit it and go Mimi time and bye-bye. Shorter than usual stream. But I felt bad for not doing the stream on Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday. So Sunday was like planned because I had stuff. Obviously, the Sunday stuff. And then Monday and Tuesday, just lost track of time. Work's been beating my fucking ass, man. And it would have happened again too today. But then the anxiety and the depression got to me, and so we were able to have a pretty cool stream. We went over the news and watched videos. If that isn't a dingus stream, I don't know what is. For sure, I want to do something later today. Nothing too special. Probably play like Monkey Ball or something. The casino is going to be doing their thing, so I'm going to want to see what they got to say about the Rekieta and Ralph interview. We'll get like a perspective of it that isn't buffering every 5 seconds because Rumble is a piece of shit. Yeah, it won't be existing Friday, and if not Saturday, then Sunday. You know, one of Saturday and Sunday, but rarely ever both. But thank you guys. Big ups to everyone who stopped by and was positive. We're going to read off all the stuff and potentially find someone to raid. Let's go ahead and roost out of here. We'll continue the third mansion on the next one. Whether that's Thursday or Friday, probably Friday. Oh yeah, I don't know if I said this on the last stream. I know I said it on the call, but I can't recall if I said it. I actually said it on stream. I did order NES Championships. I will go ahead and play that. So that is, as of today, 2 weeks away. And I'm getting the physical version. Wow, with the cool NES postcards and all the other extra stuff. $60. But it's worth my while, dude. I thought that would have been sold out, but no, they were in plentiful numbers, I guess, because it's a bunch of NES games. Hacked ROMs with little challenges in them. Maybe I can play it alongside DSP. Will do like a Dinger versus Dave. We do the same challenges. I try to get like a faster time. Dude, he's gonna dominate me if that's what we're doing. I fucking suck at these NES games. But to be fair, I suck at most games. Anyway. Thanks for stopping by! Oh god, I'm gonna like collapse. Why did I do this? Why do I do this to myself? It was like midnight when I booted up. What's wrong with me? It's like, if you're Eastern, it's 4 in the morning. Is anyone even alive? Is anyone left? How many people just lurked and just gave up? That's look at this gaslight for viewer engagement. Big ups to the dingas, the dongas, and swollen __ones here with us in the penultimate, get it? Penultimate, I'm using it incorrectly on purpose. The penultimate minutes of the stream. Like Red Check, Iviga, Golem, Rydrate, RRU, Mr. Lion, JC, 200X, the Chris Phoenix, Ice_Coffee 5. And come back for more. Cypher 710. Gondola Gaming.
Please come back for more.
Almighty _ Tevin. Control Alt Deceit. Jesse 51. Barry Linden. He's still scrolling. Did I say Tevin? We'll say Tevin again. Can never say Tevin's name enough. Right. Lurkers like Alpha Lee TV. UNFW1. The Unfun One. Chalupa. Eat a Family. Peaches and Keem. NATO Cog. Soft Piece. Stinky Zug. Shroom Dukem. Iggle Wiggle. Mr. Pun. Pim Pam. Stan. Aqua Saber. BR Joe. Chalky. Genzo. D Scythe. Golem of Power again. Heavy Metal Gamer. Yungoon. Ollie. Sardgird. SCP. Sweet Bean. 96. Waldian. And Wigglebottom. Thank you to Chris Phoenix with the follow. Yungoon. Rate with a party of 8. DJ Filthy Rich, gifted tier 1 to Flame for the first, for 1 month. Eddie B43, re-up tier 1 for 19 months in a row. 19 months total. Wow, we're so close to 2 years of Eddie B. Iggle Wiggle, a rate with a party of 2. UNFW1, 100 bits. No, it doesn't list it here because they haven't updated it, but I do recall Shroom had a 10-bit cheer gigantfied emote. I think UNF had one as well. They really gotta update that to incorporate it, because I can't go off my memory, dude. In my activity feed, I'm scrolling that for hours looking for those giant emotes. Iced Coffee, give it tier 1 to Eternal Kim Seung. RU, gifted tier 1 to Grilled Colombian. And Jetpack McQuack. And Leet, the guy, before he fell asleep. Gifted tier 1 to Melia Kumans for the follow. I mean, no, not for the follow. Gifted tier 1 to Melia Kumans for the 1 month. Mr. Pun, gifted tier 1 to Shroom Dukem for the 1 month. Shroom Dukem, rate with a party of 16. Cam, the re-up tier 1 for 8 months. They say, how are you tonight, Mr. Dingus? I want to go me time and then wake up and be a very patriotic patriot in the morning. For whatever that's worth. Eek with the follow behind the scenes. Barry Linden, 300 bits from Barry Linden. Alpha Lee TV, re-up with the Prime for 25 months. That's 2 years and some change. Wow! A Barry Linden chill. Okay, I wonder how many viewer streaks did I kill doing this stream as late as I did it. And we got like a buyer's market of people for you to fall asleep to. We have Coggers, Draggers, Goki, even Melia Kumans. But we do have Tevin awake right now. He's looking at the Level 1 podcast, shitting on Review Tech USA. That's pretty cool. I do hate Review Tech USA. Well, hate is a strong word. Does any of us really hate Richard? Just think he's kind of sad, right? Correct. But yeah, you can go wherever you want. But I think we'll go ahead and just raid 7 and call it an easy night. But no, for real, I really appreciate everyone stopping by, showing up. All the positivity, the gifted subs, the hype train, the cheer. You don't have to do it, but you did it anyway. And I really do appreciate you for doing it. It helps the world go round. It brings a tear to my eye. Just like when I look at the Statue of Liberty and I think about all this country sacrificed to be what it is today and how I've contributed to absolutely none of that. Sometimes I eat apple pie and I just get so fucking sad thinking about the state of things and the depletion of fossil fuels. I agree, Snort. No, wait, Deceit. I agree, Deceit, Snort. Yes. Okay, I'm like beyond delusional. Bye-bye, adios, and maybe time. We'll see ya, and we see ya. And if we didn't see ya, then we didn't see ya. But if we did see ya, then we saw ya. And if we didn't see ya, hopefully we will see you next time. I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day. Hopefully, I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Yeah, it's a 7 raid. He's live watching Review Tech. He was playing with Edward Robot earlier. So that'll be the raid message. Victory over Edward Robot celebration raid. Ian. Rekieta said it was... Oh wait, I typed illegal. No, legal, clearly. Everything's legal if Rekieta tells you it's above board. Victory over Edward Robot celebration raid. Rekieta said it was legal to interview him while popping pills, bish. Actually, toss in a Ralph emote while we're at it. No, we're out of time. We're out of time. Toss in a Ralph emote when you're over there. I can't talk anymore. Ah! Bye-bye. Take it easy.